Good morning, honorable members and committee support. May I just check, the time is now 9 o'clock, meant for our meeting to start, whether we have got enough numbers to start the meeting.
Recording in progress.
Committee support? Am I audible?
Yes, Chair. We have Vakana, Chair. We can hear you,
Yes,
Chair.
Chair. Yes, Chair. we
Okay,
can-
yeah, I've just said, I was trying to check if we have got the numbers. It's already 9, so that we are able to start. Yeah, you look very good, Honorable Mukwili. I'm sure you are back full steam now.
Thank you, Chair. I'm back on the game now. Thank
That's
you.
good. Good to hear. Are we having the numbers and the people that we expect to come through, especially the first presentation?
Yes, Chair. Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, can hear you.
Yes, Chair, we've got enough members to can start the meeting, and the first presenters are already here, Chair. So, yes, Chair, we can start.
All right, thank you. Greetings, honorable members. Greetings to the staff of Parliament supporting the committee. May also greet the presenters who would be presenting, in particular those that are from outside of the committee. Let me also greet civil society structures that are on the platform, as well as South Africans that are following the deliberations of the committee using platforms that Parliament has made available to them. Without further waste of time, having confirmed that we have got the numbers to proceed, let me deal with the formalities. Firstly, on how we conduct ourselves on the platform. Just a reminder, honorable members and all participants on the platform, that we are convened still as a portfolio committee on employment and labor in the National Assembly on the virtual platform, and therefore the rules of the National Assembly on these platforms apply. Members and all participants, you are reminded that at all times that you keep your mics muted, your video camera off until you are recognized by the chairperson. At that point, once recognized, you'll then proceed to unmute your mic and switch on your video camera and proceed to speak. In a situation where you are experiencing connectivity challenges, you'd be asking for the permission of the chair to mute your video camera so as to maximize your bandwidth and continue to speak in that school. From time to time, there may be situations where you may lose connectivity and have to reconnect back to the meeting. Just ensure at all times as you reconnect back to the meeting that your video camera is muted and your mic is also muted, because mics are sensitive and could therefore pick up background sounds that can disrupt the meeting. Honorable members, in terms of the rules, point of orders are allowed. However, we're reminded that as you raise a point of order, please use your gadget to raise your hand, and you will then only unmute once you are recognized to raise the point of order. In a situation where the chairperson is unable to see your hand, committee support will also assist the chair to identify the hand. And once you've raised your point of order, the chairperson would then be able to rule upon that point of order in terms of the rules. We are also further guided not to raise unnecessary point of orders to a point where the meeting collapses on this platform. Having clarified what you already know as a way of helping us to have quality engagements in the meeting, I would now move quicker to check again, having confirmed that we are able to proceed, whether there are apologies that have been received by the office, so that we place those on record. Committee Secretary, any apologies received from members or participants?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and once more, good morning to my members and the presenters. Chair, I only received one apology from Honorable Mbele, who is actually attending something else. I just forgot what it is. So she is not in this platform, Chair. That's the only apology that I received. I did hear from Honorable Zungula, though I see him, he's here, but he said that he's also attending another strat plan of another committee, so he'll be in between, but he is here now, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, those are the apologies that have been received. I take it that there's no objection in us accepting those as valid apologies from the side of the committee. But just to be complete, let me then check if there may be those that may have not reached the office and that members would want those to be recorded. I'm saying except the ones that have been received by the office. Is that there's Mushome there.
It's Honorable Mutumbatsi, Chair. Mutumbatsi.
Honorable Mtuwaze. Yeah, this Mushome's iPhone confuses the chair. So, Honorable Mtuwaze.
No, thanks very much. It's Moshomi. No, thanks very much. Just to indicate, as an alternative, I'll also be attending my main meeting in the Health Subcommittee workshop starting at 10. So I humbly request that I be released at that time.
Okay. No, thank you, Honorable Mtuwaze. We take note that you are raising this as the alternate in the absence of also Honorable Mbele, as already recorded. With that having been said, I take it that there are no objections, honorable members, on all those apologies that would have been received. We'll then proceed and get to the agenda, but I just thought it's important to clarify as the committee support puts up, but also as a way of officially welcoming you, honorable members. As you know, we were supposed to have approved the strike plan some time back. However, at the time of scheduling that, as you would know, Parliament at that time would have not approved its own, and therefore we needed to wait for the approval of the Parliament one, which we know as members that would have been done, and that the strike plan that we are to look at and agree on flows from that of Parliament. And therefore, this committee week, most of the committees use this to get those strike plans for this term put through in terms of the committee. So I thought it's important to clarify the timing thereof. But of course, the parliamentary program was also a bit hectic as we looked at issues of budgets, because the strike plan would also not be complete without knowing what are the allocations to the committees. And I think that's what we'll be able to get through also today. But also just to indicate, honorable members, that in the course of doing that work with the content advisors, the committee support, as well as the management in the unit, we have a person allocated as acting unit manager looking at the cluster, Mr. Sishuba, who would also be on the platform today. The discussion was such that as we look at the strategic plan, for us not to be too much inward looking, we also needed to get some perspectives outside of the committee. When I say outside of the committee, I'm saying outside of just what probably content advisors would put together, that we get a perspective from TPME in the form of the National Planning Commission, and that's why they are on the program. Just to give us that sense before we actually look at our strategic plan, so that if there are matters that emanate from that, we are also able to factor that in as a way of looking at the work of the committee, not for its own sake, but as it delivers to the people. We also looked at getting somebody independent That is why you'd have the Prof will also be introduced, Prof. Michael Sachs, once is also on the platform to present. So once we are able to get through that, we'll then be able to engage in a way that helps us when we get to our own discussion. And in that score, as you would see in the program, we've tried to look at the parliament just as a way of refreshing our understanding of what parliament would have approved, so that when we put the two presentations together, at least our discussion must also help us to look at whether there's alignment or not, because the work of the committee is also dependent much on the support that we get from Parliament. So I just thought we should have that understanding as it relates to day one, which is today, a day that is meant to be for the committee itself. But more importantly, if you look at it from a point of program of Parliament, we only have 3 weeks for this term before we get back again to do constituency work, which would mean that even the other items where we look at from a programming now, look at quarterly reports, annual reports, and that are matters that we may be able to take only when we get back after that period. So I thought it's important that we are clear on that. Maybe the last point to really put forward is that the committee, and I'm sure committee members who were present would remember this because we had to run away from the building and came back, which was in the NCOP building. That tomorrow represents that engagement, that before we have bills that will be introduced to Parliament formally as they come through, that we can get a workshop where we are not really making decisions, but at least helps us to know where we stand on the matters, clarify where we need to be clarified, so that at the time that those would come, we are able to engage better because we would have had an opportunity of getting through that workshop. So tomorrow's workshop is as a result again of that committee decision that we need to be workshopped first before we can get to formal introduction where we'll be taking these to the public. So necessarily it is not meant for us to make decisions about the bills even tomorrow. It's purely a workshop to empower, help us to clarify. By the time we get to engage, we are at least on board in that regard. So that will be really my opening remarks, honorable members. And I know today we do not have the department coming before us, so it is ourselves. But I would not be doing justice if I do not say that given the discussions we had as a committee on employment equity amended act, in particular that section 15A, which allows the minister to set up those targets and the goals that employers would look at. Importantly, it's because this was meant to start from the 1st of September. And I want to indicate that indeed we still welcome that the Part A is dealt with, which paves the way for that to kickstart. Of course, we'll keep our eyes on Part B at the time that it looks at the actual section of the Act. So I take it that even committee members in your respective spaces, as you saw the outcome of the court, you would have been quite happy that at least there's clarity on that part, whether this transformation is able to move forward or not. And of course, as I said, will always keep an eye on what happens going forward. And therefore, this meeting is officially declared open as we get to the actual agenda, which is first one being dealt with. But we will now, as I got an indication, was that the first presenter is already on board. I would then ask Mr. Sishuba, as I said, the unit manager, to briefly introduce the presenter from the National Planning Commission and allow the presenter to then proceed. I take it that honorable members, so that I'm just sure about it, that you did get your documentation, so that if there is a struggle with connectivity and that, you are still able to follow from at least the document that you received. So I will take it that all members would have also received the document. And secondly, just on that connectivity issue, in the case that it was to happen to the chair and I have to reconnect, the meeting should not collapse when there's a committee whip, Mr. Nonzele. I hope you do hear me where you are. I am not planning to collapse the meeting. I'm just saying, in case there would be this connectivity, that the meeting doesn't really collapse because we don't know what to do in that regard. But I'll stay put. Just thought I should clarify that aspect. Mr.
Morning, Chair. I'm good. I have noted, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Lazel. Mr. Sishuma, can you hear?
Yes, sir. I can hear and
Yes, we can hear you.
yes, you
And,
can hear me, Chair.
and we can see you. Yes.
And you can also see me.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Morning, members, and the staff and the colleagues, and all participants in this strategic planning session. My name is Ludu Mosishuba. I am assigned to support the economic cluster within the administration of Parliament and the portfolio committee on employment and labor support team report to the economic cluster that I'm assigned to support. So my participation and involvement has been limited because the team that is supporting the committee has been running behind the scenes to ensure that today the members have a fruitful discussion in terms of the strategic plan of the committee and the activities of the committee going forward. So I'll take this opportunity and thank you, Chair, for allowing me to also to participate in this session. And again, good morning to everyone. My task is quite simple for now, is to acknowledge members or the commissioners, to put it that way, of the National Planning Commission who are here today to participate in this strategic planning session of the committee. We have 3 commissioners from the National Planning Commission, which I think we, from my side, as a rep from the administration side, is to also to thank the commissioners to accept the invitation of the committee to participate in this strategic planning session, take into consideration that commissioners are quite busy with the work of government and also with the work of the spaces that they are occupying. Within the shortest time that we had to send the invitation to them, but the response that we received was quite quick from the commissioners. And we, from our side, as from the administrative side, we would want to extend to say we thank you, the commissioners, for responding to the invitation. Chair, for not wasting the time for the committee, we have Commissioner Naidu that is going to be leading the team. He is supported by two other commissioners. So the National Planning Commission has deployed 3 commissioners for this strategic planning session to support the committee. We've got Commissioner Phumzile Chifanyise and Commissioner Tsepo Fila. Commissioner Naidu is going to be leading the team. Commissioner Naidu is the Chief Executive Officer of the Youth Employment Service, an initiative of organized business with over 1,900 corporate partners. Previous Commissioner Naidu, from 1996 to 2005, he was the Executive Director of NALEDI, the trade union aligned think tank. And from 2005 to 2008, he served as the coordinator of the South African Government Directors General Economic Cluster, reporting to the Cabinet. From 2008 to 2012, he was a group executive at the Development Bank of Southern Africa. He also served as the Executive Director for Economic Development for the City of Johannesburg from 2014 to 2016, as well as serving as a non-executive on impact investment funds, where he currently is an investment committee chair or chairperson. Some of his successes include the establishment of South African National Green Fund at the Development Bank of South Africa. Is also responsible. He was also responsible for the restructuring or contributed for the restructuring of the Unemployment Insurance Fund, including the coverage for the first time over 600,000 domestic workers. Other significant roles over the years include the Statistics Council, the UIF Board, ESCO in the AGC, South African Council, and also as participated and contributed the VETS University Research Committee, and also as an advisor to the Harvard Alumni Entrepreneurs. He holds a master's degree from the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University. So, Chair, the lead team or the lead person for the National Planning Commission, Commissioner Naidu, I present him to the committee, to your chair, to take us through to the presentation of the National Planning Commission. If Commissioner Naidu, Commissioner Phumzile, if I did not pronounce your surname correctly, I apologize for that. Over to you, Chairperson.
Mr. Schuba, now welcome you, Commissioner Naidu, to take us through the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I don't know if my camera, you can see me, but thank you very much.
You can hear you.
I can see me and hear me. Good. Thank you very much. Thank you also for that very extensive introduction. I have to say I was not expecting such an extensive introduction, but thank you nonetheless. So I'm just going to share the screen. Hopefully you can all see what I'm sharing. If that could just be confirmed that the presentation is visible to everyone.
Visible.
Fantastic. Thank you. So, Chairperson, Honorable Manele, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor, thank you very much for your
Honorable Bahrain, sorry, Commissioner Naidu. Honorable Bahrain, just make the point that your mic is muted at all times. And I'm saying this also to all other participants, just to make sure that we don't stop and say.
Is it muted now? I think it is.
If we hear you, it's because it's unmuted. So just mute.
I'm trying to work out.
So mute. It's muted now. We can then proceed. Commissioner, over to you.
Okay. No, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. As long as I'm not muted during my presentation, you'll tell me if something happens on the technology side. So as I was saying, thank you very much for the kind invitation. As Mr. Sashuba said, we got the notice in the last couple of days, but very, very happy to change our calendars to accommodate this discussion. It's a very, very important issue, of course, employment and labor. And we obviously very happy to be able to make a contribution. So thank you very much for that. I think, as has been introduced, my name is Ravi Naidu. I am a member of the National Planning Commission, and I chair the working group on the economy. And I was appointed in December 2021, along with my two colleagues who are on this Zoom meeting with me. And and as you know, our role as the National Planning Commission is really to act as the stewards of the National Development Plan, Vision 2030. So we will talk a little bit in terms of that process going forward. Now, Chair, can I just say, when we got appointed in December 2021, and we effectively started at the beginning of 2022, the first thing we were looking at is, what is the status of the National Development Plan? What has been implemented? What has not been implemented? Why have some things been implemented more than others? And what do we do in the number of years still left from that period till 2030, when it comes to its fruition in terms of its targets? And you'll remember that the National Development Plan is quite a substantial document with lots, it's over 400 pages, essentially, the main report, with lots of very detailed, good proposals, and it comes out of that 2-year, very intensive consultation process. And obviously, a number of things have been implemented from that. So in particular, I'll draw your attention to the green economy programs. If you look at that chapter of the NDP, a lot of it now you see being taken forward, but there are many things that were not being implemented. And so we did take stock of looking at implementation of policies and programs as a key thing. And that is a theme which we will want to introduce into our discussions here. It's both the policy and the ideas, but as important, if not more important at this stage, how do we ensure we are implementing the things that are in our plans and the NDP, for example? So this slide that you see on the screen is really the slide taking us back to the original NDP of 2012, when it was approved by Cabinet. And as you know, there were the 3 priorities there: poverty, inequality, unemployment. And for our focus here, maybe looking at reducing unemployment to 6% by 2030 being a key thing. We're there. And now the Planning Commission did put out a 10-year review of the NDP, and we put that out in September 2023, looking at what has been implemented, what is not, some of the reasons for it, and so on. So I would advise the committee to also look at that document. I will highlight certain things from it in the time that I have available. But let me just come to the point about two things that we found are absolutely critical in terms of holding back the implementation. If I were to just reduce it to two things, and those will be themes I'll develop over the next few slides. But the two things were, number one, you'll see it says here, this is in the NDP, that the economy needs to grow by 5.4% per annum over 20 years. So that's from about 2010, 2012 till about 2030. So the first thing is to ensure the NDP and all its very laudable objectives and KPIs are achieved, particularly on employment and social spending requirement issues. There has to be economic growth. And that is because in the economic model of the NDP at the time, it was understood that you need economic growth so companies would go and hire more people. That's where employment would come from. And at the time, the economy, you'll remember in 2010, 2012, was growing at about 3% a year. And the idea was we want an average of 5.4%. So about now in 2025, we should be growing at 6%. Of course, we know we're not doing that. But it was the link to economic growth as being core to how we would finance the NDP through growth. And obviously, if there's more growth, it means there's more tax revenue. If there's more tax revenue, it means that there's greater fiscal space for the government to finance its social expenditure. So that's the first point, that it is very difficult to achieve transformation, including things which are in the NDP, in a context of economic stagnation. So it's very difficult to achieve transformation in the context of economic stagnation, and that's why growth and what we can do to increase it becomes very important. The second thing is around you'll remember at the time in 2010, 2012, we were discussing concepts like a developmental state. And the NDP was much more conservative than that at the time, and it spoke only about a capable state. But it really is the central role, the conjunctural role, the coordinating role of the state in pulling all these partners together and driving implementation. So even in its very conservative form, talking only about a capable state, not a developmental state in 2010, 2012, it put the government at the center of implementation of the NDP. So our second issue, other than growth, is the state capacity to implement is key. And our conclusion as the NDP, as the NPC team, is that from 2012 till now, state capacity has become weaker. So one of the themes for you to look at, we would suggest, is how we build capacity both within the DEL and its cluster to essentially drive forward implementation. How do we get the implementation for the things going forward? Now, this table here just sets out the baseline of the NDP at 2012, where it was. As you see, the top row says growth at the time was 3.3% in 2011, and we were hoping that we would have 5.4% being the average from then till 2030. The actual is much, much lower. As we know, I'll come to that later. And then we also had at that point 25.4% of the economically active population, people in the working age group, being unemployed. And our target was to get to 6% by 2030. So that's about 4 to 5 years away. And in short, we're not going to make that target as we're going at the moment. In fact, as you would know, the quarterly labor force survey that came out recently, the figures until June 2025, those 3 months, show the unemployment rate was 33.2%. So it's higher than what it was in 2012. So it's going up, not going down. And we'll come to more discussion on that, obviously. And the number of people employed in 2012 was about 14 million. And at the moment, it's higher. But we can, so this becomes very important from a strategy session discussion on the portfolio committee side. Is those were the targets. We're looking at how, things where we're not achieving it, what can we do about it? Now, it's not to say that we have not been creating jobs. So the economy has been creating jobs, right? So in 2012, there were about 14 million people in jobs. The latest figures from June 2025 is there are 16.8 million people in jobs. So from 14, just below 14, to almost 17. So that's about 2.8 million to 3 million more jobs than we had when the Planning Commission put out the National Development Plan. So we are creating jobs, and that includes the loss of 2 million jobs that we had during COVID, if you look at that red line. But the green line shows that, on a straight line basis, there have been more jobs. The problem is this, and this is a slide that is coming from the business government working groups, which includes Minister of Employment and Labor and Trade and Industry, Presidency, so on, meeting with business. And what we picked up there is each year, 1 million people enter the labor market. So even though we've created 3 million more jobs than we had before, you still have to keep up with the people entering the labor market. So each year, about 1 million people enter the labor market, of which 300,000 do not find work. And the other 60-70% find either good jobs, permanent jobs, or some sort of employment, part-time and so on. So what it means is every year, that portion of the entrants into the labor market who do not find jobs are added to the ranks of the unemployment in a total number sense. And what this graph is showing, if you look at the blue line, the second line, and the light green line at the bottom, those are jobs for people who are broken down by age group. So even though we are not creating a lot of jobs, the jobs that are being created are being most of the time taken up by older people. And that's because it's much harder for young people without experience to get jobs in a very competitive environment. So that's why youth employment is one of the priorities. And I've spent a bit of time on this now in the last few years, so we can talk more to that. And there's a few things that then become very important that I want to just set up front. What is causing our high levels of unemployment? One is the economy has only in the last 15 years been growing at 0.9%. So very far away from the 5%, right? That's on average, 0.9%. Bear in mind the population is growing at 1% to 1.3%. So our economic growth is less than the growth of the population. So that's a big constraint. It's not creating the conditions for transformation. Number two, it's not only that the rate of economic growth that's important, that we want to get 5%, but we must also pay attention to the quality of growth. How labor absorbing is that growth? How many jobs are we creating for that growth? So we have to spend time, and I hope your committee will be able to do that, members, is look at how we are supporting labor absorbing sectors, what we are doing to make it easier for labor absorbing employers to hire more people, because that's also a part of economic growth, is how to make it more labor absorbing. The third point is we do spend a lot of money, and of course it's very topical, on education and skills development. So South Africa spends by international comparison, quite a lot. We're on the higher end of the spending, but unfortunately, we're on the lower end of the outcome. So there's something going wrong in how the education and skills development is linking to the demand side. There's a lot going in on the input and expenditure, but not much coming out on, is it helping people actually into jobs? There's a mismatch. The fourth point that is very important for jobs, particularly for younger people, and that's the worst group of unemployed, is what we find social networks and having access to the labor market are very important. So you can spend a lot of money on educating people, but if their family was locked out of jobs and their family don't know people who are in employment, it's very hard to get your first job because there's the social networks and people to sort of open the door for you are not really there. So one of the problems is young people coming from households where the family is unemployed, they themselves are economically excluded because they lack those networks. So how do we get people into the game becomes very important. So it's a lot of work, and the language, as you would have picked up, is about employment pathways. So pathways, how do you help people through? And in a way, it might mean we can get better return on investment in our education and skills development if there is a focus on how do you get them from there into jobs. And then the last point, which is very important for the Planning Commission, and maybe Commissioner Pumzile will talk a bit to that in the discussion, is the issue of SMEs and informal sector. As you know, when the Planning Commission, when the National Development Plan was released, it said 90% of all the new jobs would come from SMEs. And that's because we know that large companies, established businesses, are not likely to massively increase jobs. Some of them are actually likely to downsize a little bit. So new jobs are going to come from new businesses coming through. So the official data is showing that we don't have a lot of SMEs and the informal economy is quite constrained. Why is that? What can we do to really increase the number of SMEs, but also improve their chances of success? So these 5 things become very important. But I think it also offers an opportunity that there's a huge amount of hidden talent in the country. People are not getting jobs. And if we can get many of these people to be pathwayed into our growth sectors, that becomes a way to untap potential. And in fact, our problem could become an opportunity. But it really comes down to how we prepare people for future-facing sectors and jobs of the future. Now, this slide goes into more detail of what I've just said. I'm not going to go through all of that because I've just covered it to some degree. Now, there's 2 points from this, though, that I'll just highlight, which I haven't spoken to so far. So I think it's point number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Number 5, and of course, it's a hot potato. And as you know, I come from a trade union background as well. So being someone who was involved in the labor regulation negotiations, obviously very important to have very good, sound labor regulations. But we must note that in a developmental state context, or however you want to look at it, there's always a trade-off. So one of the issues is how do we make it more plausible, easier for employers to employ? That is always a consideration when you're looking at employment. There is a trade-off, particularly for, let's say, younger workers or small businesses or employment-intensive sectors that we want to grow. What would be the motivation for a company to employ, and to what extent do you have certain allowances or regulatory space for those companies to do that? And it's always a case you do it within a basket of programs to look at labor market rules. So it was one of the things in the original National Development Plan. Clearly, it didn't get a lot of attention because other things took its place. But I think for your committee, it becomes very important. So youth, your first jobs in terms of SMEs, you can't expect an SME to apply the same regulatory obligations as a large company, for instance. Right? They just won't hire for that basis. So that's the one area. And the last thing to highlight that's important to think about in a strategic session, whatever we do here in South Africa, technology and rapid advance in technology are going to displace and replace labor. And it's not under our control. These things are going to be coming across to us in one way or the other. It's already here. How do we engage and prepare things like AI, robotics? All of those are going to be quite important. So these are not always the conditions of our choosing, but we would have to manage that. We have looked, of course, at how the NDP vision deals with the department's strategic priorities, and of course in the medium-term development plan. So we can go into a bit of that. But the core thing, so there is a fair amount of consistency between all of these things. Like I say, if you look at the Dell strategic priorities, the things we would draw attention to would be, strengthen the institutional capacity of the department absolutely crucial. And then coordination of the employment interventions, not just as it says there within government, no, coordination also within other role players, because while you're building the capacity of the department, and as I say, state capacity has objectively declined. So while you're building the capacity of the department, how do we bring in partnerships to have almost partnership-led growth? So because things have to happen nonetheless. So there's something to be discussed there, and we think the implementation components really need to be emphasized. And so other things going forward that should be put on the list of things to do, like I mentioned, there should be a focus on how the department and the cluster is supporting high job creating growth sectors. So think about digital, think about tourism, think about renewables, sectors which are both high growth and high job potential. We need to look at, again, what we do in SMEs and the informal economy and how to unlock that potential and reduce regulatory burden. How do we start to redirect everything as much as possible towards demand-led? So demand-led meaning what companies and sectors need now and what we think they're going to need in the future, because that's where technology is going. But we find a way to validate the data through the private sector. And then, like I say, pathways become a very important thing, ensuring that there can be ways for people to get through this demand-led skilling and all our programs to actual jobs. Now, the graph on the second graph on the right, which has got these little dotted lines going up, that is coming out of this business government partnership task team on employment, which the 4 ministers from this cluster are part of, with the president. And it's essentially what it's saying, look, even though we know we're not going to get the NDP 6% unemployment target, because we are like 4 to 5 million jobs short, we do think we can get much closer, maybe by another 3 million jobs, if we implement some of those interventions, which I've just mentioned below, and I could go into more discussion. I would say then part of the sectors I mentioned, there are obviously so it's important that the department and the clusters support sectors, growth sectors. We don't have time to go into all of that, but there are 21 master plans in government, sector master plans. Not all of these are at the same level of importance for jobs and growth or the same impact. But I think that we can have a discussion on which of those will be important. I've mentioned digital, tourism, renewables, and so on. Agriculture, auto has been particularly important. But there's also a lot of work that our employment and labor programs must do to intersect with the other strategic economic programs. So these, what you see on the slide here, are also coming from the wider government business working groups that are dealing with infrastructure. So we want infrastructure-led growth. So how do we ensure our trade skills, our artisanal skills are backing infrastructure-led growth, which the Planning Commission believes is the big one to push nationally. Digital and climate change, and obviously we remain a mining economy. So you have a transversal role with ensuring that these sectors also move forward, because that's where the jobs are. So we are quite constrained in how we are taking forward mineral value chain. Mining has not grown. If mining could be unlocked, again, that's how South Africa is built, through mining and things like food security and so on. So so you have to spend a lot of time about how employment and labor would basically fuel these sectors, but also what happens in those sectors unlocks jobs and growth. Now, I want to just talk a little bit to some of the partnerships in practice, and maybe, Chair, this also links to the point you made earlier about employment equity now, going forward. So to give you a practical example, right? Because in the end, all these things come down to actual role players. So the first case study, very quickly, is BMW South Africa. As you know, BMW South Africa is in the auto sector, which is the most supported sector by DTI in terms of industrial policy. And BMW has put in 4.3 billion rand into localization of production. That's where they make the X3 plug-in hybrid for export. Very important program, as you know, within the economic cluster. What they do is they take 3,000, in the last few years, 4 years, I think they've taken 3,000 interns, graduates, non-graduates, all from disadvantaged communities, and they put them to work, including in the Roseland X3 facility. So people are learning how to work in the industry. So that's great. They use them, obviously, it would support whatever the employment equity targets are. But what we find that's interesting to bear in mind, a lot of the people through that program, they place also into their local partners and value chain. So they put it into the put young skilled people into their suppliers. So it's meeting the requirement for youth jobs, for employment equity within the company, but also building skills in a way that meets the requirements of the sector master plan. It's a very good program. The president was there, I think, a few weeks ago, and he wrote his letter from from his visit, and I think it's worth looking at. Another example of which is maybe closer to employment equity than the BMW case, even, is another key company in a different sector master plan, Vashini, which is, I think, the central company in the clothing sector master plan, has supported similarly about 6,000 interns in the clothing sector, and they, at the end of the internship, they take 70% of them in per year into the company, IT jobs, admin jobs, store managers, and so on. And when they become a store manager, if they manage a store doing 3 million rand, that is a middle middle management. If they manage a larger store within a period of a few years, that would be a senior management role. So this is interesting because you get young graduates coming in at the at at the lowest grades, and within a 5-year period are moving up to senior management. So it's a case study of how employment equity could be leveraged, in this case through BEE program, because it's a YES program, but they could even do it as part of the employment equity program. And it's both good for the youth, for the company, and of course, they, again, what they do, they place a lot of the youth into the clothing value chain partners as per the clothing master plan. So it's to build up the capacity of companies in the who are supplying them. So again, these are very interesting case studies you might want to explore, where there's a way to create value-adding jobs that not just good jobs, but help build our sectors within the parameters of the master plan. Coming to the last bits of the presentation, just to say, yeah, so these are some of the things we think are very important going forward from the Planning Commission, as I've highlighted. So I think I may well mention 8 or 10 of these. So the first is we do think that we have to prioritize skill pipelines of young talent from disadvantaged areas in a way that can build our future-facing sectors. How do we improve those employment pathways? The second thing, under the skills mismatch, we are spending a lot of money as a country, CETAs, TVETs, universities, some good programs there, but generally we have to do much, much more to get that focused on demand-led. So we have to move from supply side, where we just randomly decide what the training should be, to look at what is the validation coming from the economy as to what is needed now and what sort of skills and quality and what is going to be needed in the future. And it's really focused on that. So switch to demand side. And if we don't get the result from these skills pathways, then you have to change those pathways. There's no point spending 50 billion rand on skills and you're not getting the jobs at the end of those programs. Third is all employment programs are important, including the public employment programs, so the teacher assistant programs. Anything that gives people first experience is good. Private sector is probably better because there's more employers at the end. But how do you scale those up? Because the longer someone is without a job, the more the education and skills training money we've given them is going to waste. Like I say, the issue about the SMEs and the informal economy become very, very important. Most of the jobs are going to be there. And we really need to make it easier for SMEs to operate and survive and find ways to encourage them, incentivize them to hire people. And that's labor laws, but taxes, a whole range of other things, funding that we need to do. And part of that would be the next point about within labor laws without reducing protections, but just bearing in mind you would have to look at probationary contracts. So in other words, more time for companies to de-risk employment. So to basically test that, so and so is a good fit for their business. And what we've found over all the years is if it's very hard to fire someone, the company becomes very risk averse about hiring that person. So the way to do it is not to reduce protection for employees, but to say certain categories, like youth, or you have a way where you allow probation to be that period where companies can test people before taking the plunge. And obviously, as the economy grows faster, then some of that is not needed. But at the moment, it is a big requirement. And then getting to the more sector level components, it is important to the role. CCMA has always been an outstanding institution. And one of the things you want to do at industrial level is to ensure that dispute resolution is very effective. You want to avoid sector level strikes that really would discourage investment and job creation and opportunities in those sectors we're talking about. So how do we strengthen those programs? How do we shift, for example, to profit sharing agreements? So if you had more profit sharing agreements in sectors, then both the employers and the workers have a shared interest in these companies doing well. Whereas if it's just adversarial, they're fighting over zero sum, then what you'd find is when the mining industry is about to make a lot of money because the commodity prices are going up, what do the workers do? They have to go and strike because now they know the employers are vulnerable because they can't afford the mine to be shut down. But for South Africa, that is a lose-lose option because we then lose all that mining revenue and we get bypassed in the global markets because people say, South Africa is an unreliable supplier. But if we just shifted to say, let's promote profit sharing agreements in these sectors, then no one will want to close the industry down because both the employer and the worker will gain. So that is not something a company can do necessarily. It's something we might have to do from the point of view of legislation to encourage that. Then obviously, if you're doing all these things which are supportive of employers and sectors, the quid pro quo is you can then push for a lot more transparency for companies and what they're paying, what the pay differentials are, and so on. And that will then bring the concomitant requirement of the state to play its role in supporting closing of social wage gaps where they exist. Now, so all of this, I think, just bringing the future into play is we are very aware and very wary of things like AI because, Chairperson, we have to train and retrain people in terms of new technologies because workers who do not know, for instance, how to work with AI will be replaced by people who do. And they may not even be in this country. It'll be foreign companies that will take our demand and our contracts. So how we ensure our training and retraining also allows us to mitigate the dangers of new technology becomes very important. But for us to do that, the Department of Employment and Labor and the cluster must be able to work with the private sector in a way to ensure that this is happening, which then comes down to the last point, which was my first point at the beginning, which is we need to ensure the capacity in the state programs are there. And while that is being built, we have a collaborative process whereby the department, the government have to leverage the opportunity to build public-private partnerships. And that is why the National Planning Commission has focused a lot on partnership-led economic growth. So, Chairperson, I will stop there. Thank you very much.
You, Commissioner Naidu, if you can unshare at the moment so that
Yep. Let me just do
I'm
that.
I'm able to see the hands of members. Honorable members, I would now take those hands where you would want clarity, comments, and all that. That's what we do at this point. In case I don't see your hand, you would be also able to just open up the mic and ask that you are recognized. So that I note, because I want to note the hands in the order they appear. All right, for now, I see the hand of Honorable Bahrain. I see the hand of, I just want to note first, Honorable Bahrain, I'll give to you now. That's Honorable Mkwele. That's Honorable Desri, is it? That's Van Veld. Major. Honorable, if I leave any hand behind, you can indicate. I do have Honorable Maeko, Honorable Bahrain, Honorable Mkweli, Honorable Van der Walt. Okay, then the other hands, Honorable Son. I've noted you, Honorable Sele. That's the last for now. Can I then take those hands, Honorable Maetso? For now, I don't want to put a 3 minutes rule so that they facilitate engagement, but just time your members, yourselves, that you are able to make the important points that you want to make. But of course, if we are going quite long, I may just have to appear on the video, and you'll understand I'm trying to say close up. But for now, my video would be off to allow the commissioner to respond. Honorable Maicho, followed by Honorable Bahrain, Honorable Mukweli, Honorable Van der Walt, Honorable Basson, and Honorable Natsele. You, Honorable Maicho.
Thank you, Chair. With your permission, Chair, and greetings to honorable members as well as Mr. Naidu. And Chair, with your permission, I'm requesting that I switch off my video.
You are permitted, proceed.
Yes, Chair. No, Chair, I think let's welcome a quite distinct presentation from Mr. Naidu, and indeed, this was educational in the process, because as members of parliament, from time to time, we will get educated with this type of presentation, Chair. And I must commend the good work that is being done at that level by Mr. Naidu. Chair, let me just make some few comments in terms of the presentation, which is a valid point, especially when it comes to investing in the education and the skill development programs. That I see that as we move on as a country is very crucial for a long-term economic growth and development. And Chair, I think this might as well not directly address the immediate issues of job creations, as alluded by Mr. Naidu, to say that the government in the main, we spent a lot of funds in skill development, and yet the results are not yielding positive. Actually, we are not yielding positive results in as far as job creations are concerned. And Chair, I think in agreement with Mr. Naidu is that there are some potential reasons, and that I don't have to go and repeat what he has said, but just to emphasize on the issue of the skill mismatch, which is one of the very alarming but concerning factors when it comes to this matter of the skill development, particularly to young people, because we have a number of SETAs and skill development initiatives in the country, which Mr. Naidu says that we spent approximately around 50 billion rands in terms of the skill developments, yet we are not moving anywhere. So now I want to ask a question to what could be a mechanism to deal with this this issue as an elephant in the room, because we've been continuously, even in our previous portfolio committees, when it comes to skill development, laboring on this matter of skills mismatch, particularly on young people in terms of job creations opportunities. What could be the mechanism that will then assist the department, especially our department, in ensuring that we monitor, we evaluate the roles of the service providers that are being appointed to close the gap of offering young people these required skills so that they can be employable in the labor job market. That's number one. But equally, number two, Chair, is the issue of the lack of job opportunities, especially even if we still have skilled workers. There are lack of job opportunities. It's not a matter only of skill mismatch, but we also have skilled workers that do not even get to be employed. And this is an issue that I don't think that we must just overlook it and then just say that the economy is not doing well. For the economy to do well, we need these skilled workers. But as we speak, I must say that the economy, Chair, is not performing at a pace in which that NDP will have anticipated the percentage the 6% that by 2030, at least we will have achieved the target of that 6%. But the issue is that, and my argument is that, what could be the matter in terms of this particular issue of the skilled workers who continues to be unemployed? What could be the problem? And the problem, Chair, I think is there that we have foreign direct investors in a form of companies that outside BMW, outside Mathmat, we have ArcelorMittal that is continuously being rescued by government, but it's not creating jobs. It continues to even blackmail government to say that despite the bailouts, we continue to face shutdown because of the cheap tariffs that are coming elsewhere. And we know that the US has imposed almost, if not high tariffs in almost the world leading superpowers in terms of the economy, China, India, and so forth. But yet Mittal is continuously saying that no, we're facing problems, and therefore competition is very high in terms of tariffs, and we are forced to close down despite the bailout from government. So there are a number of role players in the FDIs who are not making it possible for the economy to grow, and as a result, you have skilled workers who are sitting at home and not doing anything. And lastly, but not least, is the issue of the infrastructure, Chair. Because as South Africa, we are investing in huge projects on infrastructure. And the issue of the infrastructure also becomes key when it comes to the economy. So I think that Prof will also elaborate further in terms of the infrastructure, because I believe that once we have a massive uh, infrastructure development, the economy will grow. So there I need Prof to deliberate on the issue of the infrastructure. Thank you. Over and above, Chair. I will pause for now.
I'm reminding you, honorable members, that once the video of myself shows, it's about closure. So I don't see it on my side, but I did switch it on. But I'm just saying, because I don't want to disrupt your points, but just do look when you have made substantial inputs, that the video will indicate that. As I move to Honorable Bahrain. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate it. I've served on this committee now for 11 years, and this is probably one of the best presentations I've ever had. And I need to have a round of applause, first of all, to Professor Naidu for this presentation. Thank you very much. It's really thoughtful, and it gives a lot for us to work on in the future as a committee. I think we all agree that jobs is at the foremost of our government. There's nothing more important at the moment than jobs, because a job actually gives a person wherewithal to live, dignity, safety, etc. So I don't have to speak much more about that. But what we're seeing here is a breath of fresh air. The one issue is obviously that you've made it, and you've made it quite forcibly, that it can't be just training people. It's got to be done in consultation with the business community. In other words, what is needed. Because if you don't need the job, we can train a hell of a lot of people in the arts, but if we don't need it and it's not going to result in a job at the end of the training, well, then we've got a bit of a problem, unless people don't need the money and would rather just be an artist. So I think that's something that we've got to keep at the forefront of our minds. In other words, what translates into a job? What training, what education, what translates into a job at the end of the day? Now, I know that in over the last 2 years, in fact, NEDLAC have been consulting, obviously, with their social partners. In other words, the business community, the trade union movement, and the society. And we've seen some wonderful proposals coming out of that, which will probably fit in nicely with your presentation, Professor Naidu. And I'm sure you've been studying what's coming out of NEDLAC very carefully. And hopefully that government takes note of what's coming out of NEDLAC. I know that politics gets involved thereafter, but we must bear in mind that politics is not the issue here. It's the survival that's the issue. And I'm hoping that a presentation like yours goes a long way towards that. And we must all wish NEDLAC much strength to their arms. I think what's become clear for all of us in South Africa is that the CETA movement, the whole CETA movement, has been a complete failure and a waste of money, waste of time. We need to actually restructure it completely. Another thing that I've been beating a drum about, and it looks like you're looking at that road as well, it's not actually government's duty to create jobs. Government doesn't have a duty to create jobs. Government has a duty to create an environment for the business community to create jobs, or for entrepreneurship to grow within an individual. Some of us are born as entrepreneurs and will create a job for a friend, and you got your own little business. And I think we need more of that in South Africa. What we really need to do, I believe strongly, is that we really need to get the business community to start with in-house training. In other words, give them some incentive to train people, to bring people in. We need to obviously speak to the fiscus about this, but if there could be some sort of tax incentive to businesses to create jobs, that would be a big thing. And the in-house training is incredibly valuable, because normally with in-house training, they then take that individual on in a job thereafter. Another issue, and I'm seeing negatives coming out of government about this, is foreign skills. We could bring in more and more foreigners with the skills on the condition that they train, say, 10 people. And within 2 years that those 10 people will be able to do the job that the foreigners come in to do in the first place. We can be incentivized to do that as well. And then finally, and I don't want to take more than my 3 minutes, I can talk for hours on this. The small business community, now I work with the small business community, have done for the last 40 years as a labor lawyer, working for small businesses. They've been on investment strike now for at least, of those 40 years of my involvement, for at least 25 years, the business community has been on investment strike. And why? Because they don't see a great future for their businesses. We need to try and deregulate. We need to somehow work with the small business community, because big business, as you're hearing across the board, are on a jobless growth. They're getting richer, but they're not creating more jobs. And we're going to see that around the world. You spoke about it with regard to the computer technology, etc. The reality is that if small business at the end of the day grows, then our economy will grow. Because let's say we've got 1 million small businesses, and I'm thumb sucking here, and we deregulated, uncoupled them from the bargaining councils, for instance, would be a good start. But if we did that, and each small business employing 5 people went and employed another 5 people, and we've got 1 million businesses, well, we're curing our unemployment problem, and we're curing all the problems for society. So once again, I salute you. Which must strengthen your arm, and hopefully you and your colleagues will have a great influence on our parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bahrain. I now recognize the Honorable Mukwili. Honorable Mukwili.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to the team from the NPC and Parliament and honorable members. I greet you in the wonderful name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Chair, I've been listening to the presentation that was presented by Dr. Naidu. We do appreciate the presentation. It's well informed. However, there are issues in the presentation that he did mention in terms of the state capacity and the growth of economy from the inception of the National Development Plan, which is a failing document so far, according to us, because their target was that in 2030, the unemployment rate will be at 6%. However, we see the growing unemployment, and the plans that are before us are not suggesting any growth or any change in terms of unemployment challenge that we are having as the country. Now, I'm not going to waste much time and speak a lot. I'm new in this committee. I'm not like my friend Mike Bahrain, who has an experience of about 11 years with the same utterances of the plans in terms of what needs to happen, but there's no progress. So I just want to ask Dr. Naidu that in all the plans that the government has initiated, we had your EPWP, we are at your yes. We have so many plans that were put forth to make sure that we address the issue of unemployment. But so far, all those plans have failed. In your view, Doc, what is it that the government is failing in implementing? Because as things are now, all the plans that the government has put forth in terms of addressing the unemployment has failed. So do you have maybe a mechanism to measure, for instance, your EPWP when it comes into being, and the skills that they leave for the unemployed people, and after leaving those skills, how do you measure the progress thereof? Does it change the status quo, or does the status quo remain? Because the programs that are there for EPWP, for instance, I'm taking an example with EPWP, is that people are being employed for a particular period of time, and after that, the contracts gets terminated or gets ended. So how do you measure that in terms of the work? Also, the program of your years that is at the BMW, for instance, it is going to take plus minus 4,000 young people for a period of a year. After that year, what happens? What are you planning around that? Because your responsibility is to plan and also to make sure that the economy grows. Without the growth of economy, honestly, we are not going to achieve the objectives that we want to achieve. Also, I'm more invested, Chair, on the issue of state capacity. I disagree with Honorable Behreim in terms of deregulating the sectors, because once we deregulate most of the small enterprises that are there, the people that are going to be affected more are our vulnerable Black community. So Black community, I mean a Black community in a classification of our constitutional mandate. When I say Black, I'm speaking to all the groups that were disadvantaged during the apartheid era, and Blacks in majority. Those are the people that are going to get affected. And in your planning, Doc, you spoke about state capacity and growing the economy. However, I don't know. You will explain to me. That's my question. I don't know how to put it, but do you believe that if the state is capacitated, the state can be able to create jobs? Because I believe that once the state is capacitated and the state has entities that are capacitated in all aspects, not only capacitated in terms of human resource, but capacitated in all aspects of things, will the state be able to create jobs? What is your take on that? And also, we are seeing when we told people about American stature in terms of South Africa, to say what they want to do, they want to use their power to weaken the economy of the developing countries, South Africa being part of it. And they want, once our economies are weakened, they will then come and institute whatever that will benefit the narrative in terms of taking control of our economy and taking charge of our country and the resources that the country is producing. We were told that we are slumbering and we are doing this and that. Now, as things stands now, there are what do you call them? Le di bitsang kana ko dikoloi di irelwang, the Ford plants. Remember, Ford is from America. Plants at Ford in your Pretoria area and your Gqeberha areas are going to close because of the outcome of what America's position in terms of tariffs in South Africa is. So in your planning process, did you ever thought of, whenever there are issues like this, what is the retaliation of the country? Are we a reactive country, or are we able to plan for the contingencies in a situation where we find ourselves in now with the relationship of South Africa and America? What is it that we are planning to do moving forward? Did we ever foresee that there will be such a challenge, and what will be the reaction of the country? Because as you plan, you must also plan for such challenges that we find ourselves in. The manner in which the government is having middlemen also. Does this issue of middlemen in a form of appointing people, for an example, your lab programs, taking a huge chunk of money, whether it's from a third party, which is a UIF or whatever? Fact of the matter is that that money is contributed by workers, and it is workers or a community of South Africa that are dealing with that. Have you ever thought that if we capacitate the state with the very same resources that we are giving to the third parties, can't the state perform better than it is now? And the value of the economy, don't you think, Doc, that if we turn things around and put the money where our mouth is, not to the third party, do you think that there will be some change also in a growth of the economy, and also in the establishment or creation of jobs? Thank you very much. That will be all for now.
Thank you, Honorable Mukwele. I've sent you a message. You have an opportunity to look at that. Because my video was struggling, but you are done. It's fine. Honorable van der Walt.
Thank you, Chairperson. Morning, colleagues. And thank you to Mr. Naidu for the presentation. Chairperson, I just want to mention a few things. I've been on this committee now for a year, but I've been on higher education as well and basic education. So I have to say my disappointment that we almost every time we touch on this, we have somewhere in a slide the issue around the relating to the curriculum at TVET colleges or at universities. And I must say, in the last year, it's all on paper. We're not seeing that change, Chair. And you will recall that we, at some point, even had a session at the Sun Hotel with the two or three other departments, in fact. And I just want to see really what plans and action steps are we taking to make sure that the curriculum changes. We've attended oversight on TVETs where they teach people very basic things, which is good. You need the very, very basic, how to operate a till, how to pack a shelf, especially for people going into their own businesses as entrepreneurs. But we are not getting to the serious stuff. And that is why every quarter when the employment stats come out, we're on a negative. We're not getting it better. So I really would like to ask Mr. Naidoo, except from that slide sentence on TVET and university curriculum, what are we actually doing and what time frames are set to that? I must also add, Chairperson, that almost every municipality has got a local economic development department. They also have a budget for that. Are we communicating with them to see that they actually have outcomes on job and growing economies? Because I think we should scrutinize that. And if we have to get Treasury involved, because nothing is happening there of absolute significance. Then Chairperson, yeah, entrepreneurs are the future, and I think Honourable Bagram referred to that. I also want to say we keep on blaming the economy, and we it's driven by trade disputes, higher tariffs, declining manufacturing, and indeed, we saw that there is a risk for the Mercedes C-Class might with the latest happening in the USA, move to America, they might not be. But are we in conversation? We also know, I mean, the BMW mentioned here the X3 specifically, somewhere it was mentioned in the media that they don't have to stay here. Are we talking to them not to move somewhere else, up in Africa or even further abroad? And Chair, it's very concerning. Glencore very recently also issued a Section 189 notice, and that will result in another 6,000 odd job losses. So my question is really, when the red lights are flickering, but while they're still in yellow and orange, are we talking to the industries? Because our job is employment and labor. There are others that have to make sure other things happen. Or do we wait till the news that somebody's closing down and we're losing thousands of jobs is already happened? Because we can't go backwards. We must be proactive and not reactive. And obviously, there is drastic outcomes on the court case needed, but we also have to amend. We have to change to what works and not stick to some ideology. Unfortunately, Chair, we are all for transformation. But if we see we're going backwards, it means we're doing something wrong. Chair, that is just my contribution. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
The Honorable van der Walt, the Honorable Basson, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yes, you're muted.
I see that. Chairperson, I would like to welcome the presentation. I think this was an excellent structured presentation. For as long as I've been in the committee now, this is one of the truest reflections I've seen. And I like true reflections because we can work from that. We don't need to be hiding the truth from each other. We are lacking and we need serious intervention. Job creation is extremely low. Our unemployment numbers are increasing at an alarming rate. SMMEs red tape is causing SMMEs not to reach its full potential. We really need to sit down and have a look at that. We need to see how we can lift red tape, especially in the times we are in right now. We are constraining ourselves from creating jobs because we are putting so many policies and procedures in place that we are our own enemy at the moment. Oversight on our Labour Act needs to be mobilised. Our CCMA is sitting with backlogged of cases. They are sitting with shortage of staff. If you can't assist the public in claiming, in reaching, in ensuring the Labour Act is followed to a T, we are going to sit with a riot. Sorry, sir. Am I being interrupted? Can I continue? We need to have a look.
Member, we'll just look for whose mic is now open when it's supposed to be only yours.
Thank you.
Please.
Chair, order, Chair.
What is the order, Honorable? Is that Honorable?
Sidepe.
Yeah, what is the order?
Chair, I don't know whether it allowed that the member on the platform wearing the organizational regalia. I don't know whether it's not an official meeting, this one, because I see this is Patriotic Alliance regalia. Don't know whether it's
Thank you.
I'm sorry about that, Chair. I will mute my video.
Honorable
I'm just at a by-election.
The member would have asked for the video to be switched off. I didn't see that in the beginning, but as you were speaking, I think because the car is moving now, it comes out. So we thought it's just a jacket. Please, honorable member, you are not supposed to do that on your background. But proceed to make the point with your video off.
Thank you very much, Chair. I apologize for that. I'm at a by-election. I apologize for that. Like I said, oversight on the Labour Act needs to be mobilised as our CCMA cases is standing at an extremely backlog due to our CCMA offices and our labour courts not being fully staffed. Factories are closing at an alarming rate due to our USA export taxes. Do we have backup plans? Do we have plans to sit down with these factories and rather see how we can save them than lose them? Yes, USA is not our friend at the moment, and we are all aware of that. But what are we going to be doing as South Africans? How are we going to secure those jobs? How are we going to ensure that the USA does not put our jobless number at 50% plus? Businesses need assistance, especially the business community. We need to be more open to our business communities. We need to ensure business licenses are issued quicker. We need to ensure that foreigners do not end up taking 90% of our workplace, but that we put South Africans first. We always say, only if it's an extremely rare skill and there is no other South African to fill that position. Yet when we look on SABC News, when we look in the reality of our job market, foreigners are flooding our job markets. We are giving jobs away for free. We are not fighting on our own policies. CVs at municipalities still ended up in boxes. We don't have a proper workflow or a proper application process at our municipalities. We are not living in 1994 anymore. We are always speaking about apartheid and post-apartheid, yet we are still setting the same examples. We shouldn't be putting CVs in boxes in municipalities. We have EPWP programs where we should be transferring skills. Yet when you look for an EPWP employee, go look in the shade under a tree. That's where you're going to find them sleeping. Our order is not in. Our municipality oversights are not being done. We are not doing skill transfer. We are making people lazy to get government grants. We need to go to the Cape Flats, Saldanha, to the poor of the poor African communities, colored communities, and we need to make them job hungry again. A job hungry person wants to change their lives. We need to stop just giving money for no reason. Let us make people job hungry. Another point is in schools, education and higher education needs to be brought to light as well. We are sitting and teaching people about sex education in life orientation instead of teaching them how to cut hair, how to operate tills, how to welcome a guest, how to cook an egg. Our school curriculum needs to join hands with our Labour Department so that we start putting subjects into school that once a child leaves school, they are ready to enter the job market. Out of 100% of study curriculums, 10% makes it into university. What happens to the rest? They end up becoming state burdens. Let us have a look at how we can formalize together to create more jobs. If we want more jobs, we need to build smaller entrepreneurs. I thank you very much for this opportunity, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Basson. Your apologies are accepted. And we now move to the Honorable Shezi. I hope you are able to hear me, Honorable Shezi.
Yes, I am. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me start by welcoming the reports that we've been given. It's a mouthful, and it does paint a picture of the catastrophic nature of the unemployment rates that we are finding ourselves in. Chairperson, as you would know, and the rest of the members, I've just joined this committee. I don't like to repeat what has been said by honorable member on this platform. So I want to emphasize that I do not have many years of experience in this committee. But for the fact that this committee has been here for the many years that the presentation paints a picture of a situation where unemployment rate has been inclining years after years. It puzzles my mind that how can a country with such high level of work opportunity, that is South Africa, have such a high level of unemployment? Chairperson, I want to say it cannot be that our country can have a high level of unemployment when we have so much work to be done in our country. A country with so many potholes can't have a high unemployment rate. A country with cities like Velkom, with sewage running the streets, can't have unemployment rates so high. A country with rural areas where people go without water supply for weeks cannot and should not have such a high level of unemployment rate. A country with high level of crimes and murders taking place on daily basis, it proves that there is work to be done and people need to be employed. Yet we find ourselves facing a high level of unemployment. We have a high number of employers not adhering to labor laws, as alluded to by my colleagues, employing foreign workers at the expense of South Africans. We cannot have such a high level of unemployment rate in this country. At which level, I ask myself, shall we be able to declare unemployment as a national disaster and really focus on the issues of creating jobs? I want to ask the question that in the past 11 years or so, or whatever, many years that this committee or this department has evolved, do you think that, or the presenter can answer this question, do you think that the trajectory that South Africa is taking in terms of economic model is going to solve our problems? Is it not the time for us to change course completely? We cannot hide behind tariffs of Donald Trump when there are countries such as Russia who are facing the high level of sanctions, but are able to turn the tide and build their economy such that there is work opportunity for every citizen in the country. So I think what we must really understand is that we are a country that lacks leadership in terms of steering ourselves out of the quagmire that we find ourselves. And I want to ask, because there is a high level or high need of infrastructure development in our country, and there are projects that are taking place. And to what extent can this committee assist in terms of all the monies that are allocated in those projects to find those even private service providers to agree on a number of employment opportunities that they are going to create, and we are able to monitor if they indeed have been able to employ those people so that our people can find job opportunities. Because what is actually a big elephant in the room is the fact that this government is faced with an economic model where you have to use private service providers, and whenever private service providers are used, there is a high level of corruption and fraud that takes place in a number of projects, where you find that the monies that should have been allocated into the employment of our people ends up not getting into our people, but ends up in a pocket of a few politicians and a few so-called business people who are stealing from our coffers. So I think this committee must be able to come up with models that are going to face the challenges that we are facing. And I want to agree with those of us who are saying that we need to build state capacity to deliver in terms of the infrastructure development that is needed in our country. And by so doing, the state will be able to hire people directly and give them decent jobs and give them housing allowances, medical aid schemes, rather than offering our people to slavery kind of jobs that are being offered by private sector in most instances, without really understanding that the employment opportunity transforms the lives of our people and give them dignity so that every man can be able to feed his family. It is my belief that the trajectory that we are taking as a country needs to be stopped, and we need to find new ways. And those new ways, as opposed to what we are doing now, of collapsing every department of government in terms of the capacity to deliver, I think we need to nationalize. I think we need to get the government working in terms of fixing the country and employing people. To a large extent, even though I was a young boy, I want to borrow from the apartheid era, where you have a fewer number of state-owned enterprises, but those state-owned enterprises could be attached to skills development, and you knew that when you are producing such skills, these are the companies that you are going to utilize those skills at the end of the day, so that we do not find ourselves with children highly qualified but unemployed, because the situation we are facing is really dire. It's need creative leadership that is going to respond to our need. Of course, we are facing tariffs. Markets are closing in the West. We need the leadership to come up with new markets and make sure that they steer us out of this poverty, out of unemployment. Our country has high level of work. It cannot have high level of unemployment. We need to get our country working. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chair, we can't hear you.
Honorable Nanzele? Honorable
Thank
Nanzele,
you.
can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes, you're
thank
the
you.
last.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the incisive presentation that has been made by Prof. On this topic. And I think, let me also appreciate the inputs that have been made before I speak, because I don't want to rehash some of the inputs that I think I fully agree with. It's just one point which I think has not been covered in the question with regard to how we pronounce ourselves on the statistics of unemployment. This is obviously not to question the extent to which unemployment has impacted our society. It's just the question around the method that we use, whether, for instance, the method is a correct one. most countries across the globe, particularly those who are categorized as developing countries, have argued in many instances, particularly during the ILO when it was developing the ban for reporting on unemployment, that you would find that some of them or most of them are in fact categorizing employment from 15 years. And yet in our country, in terms of our legislation and also the supreme law, which is the constitution, the years of consent starts from 18. Obviously, I would acknowledge the fact that, yes, there are those who are below 18 who would in fact enter the market, but it is tightly regulated because you have to get a special permission. Like, for instance, when you want to use kids for adverts and when you want to use kids for stories that you promote, including the soaps that are running in our TVs, where kids are in fact prominent actors. So, but taken together, all those interventions, you'd find that they do not necessarily even constitute more than 5% of the employment figures taken in total. The key question, therefore, would be whether, for instance, would be the manner in our reporting, is it a correct one, where we start from 15 years when we're reporting unemployment, and yet the age of concern starts from 18. That's the question which I thought perhaps would help just to clarify myself and also to bring certainty on the efficacy of the method that is being used, whether the NPC has dealt with the issue and what then would be its view with regard to that. Thank you, Chair. Thanks for allowing me to raise my question. Ngos.
Thank you, Honorable Nansele. But I think as I give to the Commissioner to respond, just to firm up a point so that as you respond, you just respond in a conclusive way, and that I don't come back again on the matter. I think there's a matter that talks to small businesses. Of course, there will be an issue about deregulation on the other, and maybe not subject them. I think you yourself made the point, not subjecting them to what you will subject bigger companies on. And Honorable Bahrain indicated that in any way we await what comes out of NEDLAC. And I think it's something tomorrow would have time on as we get to be workshopped on what is before NEDLAC and what comes to us as Parliament. But the point I want to get to there, just two issues which I couldn't hear you speaking to. The issue that relates to payments, where you have government regulation that says within 30 days you pay them. Both departments and municipalities can get to even 700 days. Just one municipality, I happened to join a committee on invitation where they indicated that it can be 700 days. Surely by that time, there's no SMME that exists because even that 30 days gets to be a problem with others. Whether these are issues you assist with and what you are doing in that regard. But secondly, is that space is also encroached by foreign nationals, whether documented or undocumented. And how has that been the impact? So that as we look at these other laws, whether it's immigration, whether it is small business, whether in the labor side of things, It's the National Labour Migration Policy and Employment Services Act. So whether you have been able to look at this, and I'm raising this because unfortunately it is a discussion South Africans have. And we must seize the moment to try and address those gaps. So I'm checking if the Planning Commission considers this point. The other point really, again, taking from what Honorable Bahrain raises and what you are raising on the other end of an economy that doesn't grow. It raises the point that over a 25-year period, there has been an investment strike from business. Of course, it raises all other things there. But I think for me, it will then get to this point where you mentioned a business, whether it's a working group or a subcommittee in the NPC that looks at this matter, where you have also ministers working on it, as to whether indeed the social compact is working in that score. And I'm saying, taking into account what he raises as an investment strike for almost 25 years. So that's really for me the point there. Maybe the last point, because that point you made about social networks, and you were linking it with the pathways. That if you don't know a person there, the family may have been poor, it has no social contact, so it will not be easy to get the job. But I think as a government intervention, the youth pathways have been also funded in that way. Have you made an assessment then in that regard as to how this breaks away from that? Because I can tell you that interacting with constituencies, sometimes that is interpreted literally, that for as long you do not have contacts, you do not make it in life. So even if jobs are advertised, for as long you don't have contact, you do not make it in life. Whereas we know that government interventions are meant to ensure that those that do not have that advantage of social networks, but through these platforms, you are able to make it. So whether there's been an assessment then in that regard, so that next time when you get to a presentation, this cannot be seen as the problem that is causing unemployment, because people do not have social contacts in that social network. So those were the points I thought I should just emphasize as you respond comprehensively. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. So first let me say thank you very much for all those comments and questions. It's a good sign when we get lots of feedback. And can I just say, on behalf of the Planning Commission, we would love it if we had more time, and we would definitely want, if it was possible, to actually make more time available to have a session where a number of other commissioners can also make inputs, because there's a lot of detailed work that I think talks to some of the things which have been said. So thanks very much for that. I'm going to try, Chairperson, just to group the questions a bit so I can deal with them thematically. So even if someone has raised a question, I may miss a little bit of giving credit for the question precisely where that is. But there's about 5 or 6 questions, and I'll try to go through them quite quickly. So Honorable Shezi was asking a question which I think overall is important in terms of why is unemployment at 33% in South Africa so high compared to other countries? And I think that's probably important to say, to talk to, because a part of the reason why we are 33%, whereas other countries in our group are typically 10%. So what explains the big difference? Part of it is basically structural, coming from history, where South Africa has had very advanced sectors that need advanced skills, and like the motor industry and so on, and there's a mismatch with the skills we are producing. So it's a historical issue where, because of apartheid and how the economy developed, the economy is here, but most people are somewhere else. And that's why the Planning Commission spoke a lot about how do we unlock small businesses? How do we look at labor-intensive sectors where we can grow those, like tourism, because we have all the natural assets for that, digital services, retail. How do we expand other sectors to do that? And then one of the other things, of course, is how do we unlock all the income generating assets we have in this country to create more space in the economy for people to generate value and jobs? So think about land. Land is valuable from an economic point of view, particularly if it's unproductive land. So if someone has land and they're not using it productively, you want to make it more productive, because that's how economies grow. You find something that's not productive, you make it more productive. So you can look at land that is unproductive. You don't want to take productive land and redistribute that, because then you lose jobs. You want to take unproductive land and make it more productive. You want to take title deeds. For example, in townships, there's a lot of discussion about how do we give people title deeds, because then they can borrow against it and grow their business. Again, it's a trapped asset. We spoke a lot about youth. Youth are also an asset, because if you say young, talented people are not getting a chance to be in the economy, you're losing out on all that potential. So all those things talk to why we have high unemployment, because we've got an economic structure that is focused around certain advanced sectors, and the vast majority of people can't really get in there, and we have to deal with that structural mismatch. So that's the first thing I want to just say on that. Then the second set of questions are around education institutions, skills development institutions. What do we do about that? And in the budget at the moment, I think it's 300 billion that goes into education and skills. Of that, CETAs and TVET colleges are 42 billion rand this year. So it's a lot of money. And one of the problems we have is we have to stop them being certificate factories, because if you're just generating certificates and the certificates don't relate to actual demand or actual jobs, it's the wrong KPI. So as a planning commission, we really have identified that that the certificate factory mindset needs to end. We must stop measuring enrollments. You want to measure what comes out. So don't measure. KPI shouldn't be about enrollments. It shouldn't be about, because remember, when you have enrollments, it's not even a certificate. The person starts, and then 80% of them drop off before the certificate. And then you get a certificate, but what does a certificate actually mean in terms of jobs? So you've got to put the focus on how many people coming through the program get employed or self-employed. And even if they're employed as an artist, that's good, but then you can see they're generating income. So we have to make the KPIs more what happens at the end, the demand-led part. So I think that becomes a key way to turn the machine, is you've got to change the KPIs away from the issuance of certificates only as the KPI, because that's not the end, and definitely not enrollments, because that is very misleading because of the high drop rate. So I will say that. The other part about it, which becomes important from a developmental state agenda, or if the NPC if you had to do an NDP now, we would say the development agenda of the state in 2025, we would have to acknowledge knowledge, social networks, intellectual property as an asset. Because now we're talking about fourth industrial revolution and so on. What does it mean? It means what's in your head is an asset, including, Chairperson, as you say, who what all those things are important, because the value of a person getting work experience isn't only that they know now a little bit about how to do a job. If you're doing your first job at Foschini or BMW or local government, whatever it is, it's the people there you get to know, who and they get to know you, And that is the ladder that helps you understand what is required in the workplace. And it's not a bad thing, but that understanding of the environment and knowing people who are in employment is how you then further your career. So that's a good thing. It's only a bad thing, Chairperson, if it's untoward thing. So it's not saying everything is based on who you know, but social networks are themselves an asset. And intellectual property is an asset, especially going forward now. It's not just land, it's the IP it's your knowledge, it's your know-how that is very, very important. So we need to categorize all of that as an asset, as an income generating asset, and how do we ensure that as many people as possible are getting it? So going to then the other point about, I think it was Honorable Mokwele was asking about these jobs programs. And that then links to, there are some jobs programs are good and some are bad, to be quite frank. A program is good or better if the jobs are value creating jobs. So what is the person learning in the job? So if you worked in that BMW case working with X3s, well, you've learned something about an important industry, and that will help us as a country grow that industry in the future if you continue your career in that industry. If you're in a job and in the end you didn't learn anything, no one knows who you are, and there's no career pathway from that, that's not as important as the other one. So we have to also curate even the jobs programs based on which ones are more value creating, because you can get very bad jobs programs and you can get good ones. I want to, so let me deal, Ben, with the question of investment strikes, and there are some points around that, and the role of the private sector and the role of the state within that. So can I just say, members, that when I was being introduced, one of the points was I had worked for 10 years running the think tank for COSATU, and called Naledi. And one of my jobs then was to pull together the new regulations for the Pension Fund Act. So the Pension Fund Act changed in the 1990s. That was my first job. And the reason why we looked at it is because the money actually was workers' money. A pension fund is the deferred wages of employees who contribute to that pension fund. So surely the workers and the union representatives would have a say over what the pension fund does. And in fact, many of the pension funds in South Africa have a strong employee or worker representation because of that legislation change. Now, those pension funds fund the companies that are in the stock market, and those pension funds are together worth about 6 trillion rand, right? So 6,000 billion rand. A lot of those are locally run pension funds with strong union influence. As the National Planning Commission now, we are engaging with the pension fund industry to see how can that money be used to support, let's say, infrastructure development in the country. And so when we talk about investment strike, it's how even that money, which goes to companies, how can that come back to build the country? And the challenge we find is even with the union pension funds, or strong worker reflective pension funds, they are also reluctant to invest because they're all looking for big long-term investments that are safe. And that's where we have to understand, I think it was, I'm not sure who said it, but the phrasing was, no major company has to stay in South Africa, which is exactly true. Just like BMW, Mercedes, and all the rest. No company has to stay in South Africa. Most of them, with a few exceptions, maybe like a mine, but even a mine can just close, has to stay. So it's really about how the government and the private sector work together to become an attractive proposition, even for the pension funds, which we own. They are your pension fund, my pension fund, COSATU pension funds. So I think the issue is in the key sectors, how do we build a investment proposition for that? Now, the Planning Commission in its 10-year review that I mentioned, which we did in September 2023, released, it identified a number of things which were calls to action to really pull everything together. And the number one thing we said in 2023 is South Africa has a huge opportunity for infrastructure-led economic growth. Let's take Johannesburg. The Johannesburg inner city has about R1 trillion worth of buildings that need to be rebuilt. An investment program to fix the CBD of Johannesburg would be about R1 trillion. So it's not a billion, right? It's R1 trillion. And the same would be the case in Durban or the other CBDs. So those would be fantastic 25-year projects where pension funds could come in, supporting reinvestment to rebuild the whole inner city, massive number of jobs. And from an employment point of view, our TVET colleges should be generating the plumbers and the carpenters and the water technicians and the electricians and all of that for that. So there's a way to link all of these together. However, when we looked at the TVET colleges, we found they were not really producing the artisanal skills that we need. So one of the things would be how would we now make the inner city revitalization program, which could easily be, R2 trillion over the next 25 years? How do we make that a real project that our own pension funds will be confident to put their money behind, and it sucks up all the TVET skills we can find, and as infrastructure improves, so does economic growth. So there are ways to put this together, win-win. But in the end, you need you would need to have the confidence of the investors, our own pension funds, to say we're prepared to put in that R1 trillion over 25 years. So I think that's where these government working groups and how we work together are important. It doesn't mean the point about deregulation, certainly the Planning Commission, and I don't think any serious person is talking about deregulation, but you do need to have a regulation that is fit for purpose. So the regulation to say SMEs do not apply the same standards as a large company, because they don't have the HR departments. What would be the right level of regulations for an SME versus a multinational company? You would have to have differentiated regulations. So it's not deregulating, it just means you'd have the right fit regulations. And on that last point, maybe just to say, a big part of it is SMEs. And when we're talking about SMEs, there are 400,000 SMEs that pay tax to SARS. So you'd probably start with those. There are 400,000 SMEs that pay tax to SARS. So you have to look at, again, regulations from a compliance point of view. And if Commissioner Pumzile gets a chance, she might talk to some of the work we've done on SME regulations. So it's SME regulations in general. As I mentioned, labor regulations for them that would be differential. You could possibly have tax incentives for SMEs to help them grow. So let's, for example, every time you hire a young person as an SME and it's verified, why can't you take that salary for that young person as a tax benefit? Because it's a benefit to the SME to lower its cost of labor, but it also means they'll be encouraged to hire a young person, for instance. So I think but obviously it'll be only those businesses already registered with SARS, because you don't want to unravel the tax system. So I think there's a number of things there that could be taken forward. And Chair, let me stop there because I think I'm mostly out of time. And the rest I think were all good points which we would support and love to engage with further. Thank you.
No, thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, honorable members, for your contribution on the item. I think what we need to do is to maybe agree that this probably would have been the first engagement that the committee has, and taking it from you, Mr. Naidu, that necessarily we may need to create another platform to engage the other committees or subcommittees of the NPC that focus on the different areas to try and take the matter forward. Because of the time, we could not even engage. What does it mean to have the 21 sector plans, and what are they contributing to overall? Because I think sometimes that gets to be the problem we struggle with, that you can have many plans, but they may not talk to each other. And what is it that's being done to ensure that they all go the same? And I think that helps even the investment side, whether from the fiscals or from the private sector, to do that. So please be open to that invitation again. We may not be doing it to make a decision about a strike plan, but it will be about taking forward those matters and improve our oversight work on the labor side of things. So we really appreciate, we'll take these matters that have been raised when we deal with our strike plan and see how we get some of them infused there so that we don't lose sight of them as we go forward. So thank you. I'm not sure, Prof, by now, I've seen you've been on the platform, but I would still ask Mr. Shuba to take us to the next item and introduce the presenter in that score. But let's really thank you once again, the National Planning Commission, for prompt response, but also really keeping us awake by giving us those realities we must deal with. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chair. So we will knock off the call now. Thanks very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. We really appreciate. Mr. Sishuba, can you then take us to introduce the next presenter?
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We still see you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, our next presenter is Professor Michael Sachs. He has been in the political, public policy and economic space, and in terms of the political strategy in South Africa. So he has been in the nexus of the three components of economics, public policy, and political strategy. He has worked at National Treasury as the head of the budget office, and he has also been part of the Southern Center for Inequality Studies at the University of Witwatersrand. That's the University of Witwatersrand. That's Wits University. And he has led in the same center that I'm talking about a public economy project, researching programs in terms of the fiscal policy and public finance. Chair, I'm presenting you a person that has been in public affairs for quite some time. He has contributed in economic policy in the country and the integration or the interaction between economics and politics. Chair, let me present to you and to the session. He likes to be called Michael. I'm presenting to you, Michael, Chair.
Thank you, Prof. You are welcome. Until you give us that permission, officially that we call you Michael. But we welcome you. You can then proceed with the presentation. Thank you. Still muted. Yes.
One problem is I need the permission to present, I think, because when I go to share, it says host disabled participant screen sharing. So
Committee support, can you sort that quickly? To give sharing rights.
Yes, Chair, I've made Prof the co-host, Chair. You can share.
Okay, let me try again. That's wonderful. Share. Okay, I trust that I am sharing.
Yes, we can see. We can see.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. And I should say before I start that, you know, I don't have much expertise in the subject matter of this portfolio committee. I'm more used to presenting at finance and stuff. I don't, but on employment and labor portfolio as a policy area, it's not one that I've focused on, let me say. Not that I don't know anything, but it's not really where my expertise is. And my presentation, I'm not sure. I mean, I hope there are some implications of my presentation for the way we conduct employment and labor policy. But you would be best to tell me what those implications are, because as I say, it's not an area where I have specialist knowledge or particular policy recommendations to make. We can, of course, maybe talk about some other things. Anyway, so I've written a paper which I will also share with you, and this presentation is based on that paper. And it's the assumption, it's trying to make the argument that inequality is the binding constraint. And in a nutshell, what it says is that inequality is not only a kind of moral and political issue in South Africa, but a core structural constraint on economic growth. So we've made significant progress in income redistribution through fiscal transfers. What I mean here is we tax people, and then we take that income, we take it and we transform it into social grants, but also education and health and other things that we give to people. So there's been significant expansion of government's role in doing so. Including an expansion of grants and a large expansion of the services that are provided since 1994. However, despite that expansion, we are still...
Chair, I'm sorry for interruption.
There's
just hold, Prof. Honorable Mkweli.
I don't know, man. Sorry for interruption, Prof. I don't know if we have the presentation of Professor, because I'm looking into my documents. I can't find this. I've never seen this presentation. So if maybe the staff can quickly share it on a group so that when he speaks, at least we go through it. Thanks.
Okay, Prof, we can just address that internally as Honorable Mkweli proposes. But we did, I think some of us saw it sent through, I think in the morning. But if he has not been able to see it, I think the easier way is what she says, committee support, put it on the at least WhatsApp group. That will be quicker to all members. We can then proceed from here. Thank you.
Yes,
Thanks.
Chair. I also put it in the chat of the Zoom, so maybe honorable members can access it there. Sorry, I think the staff were asking for it yesterday, but I was unable to provide it in advance. My apologies for that. So that might explain why members haven't seen it. Despite this expansion of redistribution, we remain stuck in a cycle of stagnation, high unemployment, and deepening exclusion. So there's a broad consensus, in my view, about what needs to be done to fix the situation. And it rests on two pillars. The first is enabling markets. And as we see, for instance, in government's approach to the electricity sector or to the logistics sector, but also it's more wide-ranging than that, is the one pillar. And the other is fixing the state. So the sense that state capacity has declined, we need to restore it. And I'm saying that those two things, I'm not opposing them. They're both important. And in fact, in the position we're in, they're really necessary. But I'm saying the problem with them is that they lack any transformative vision capable of shifting the underlying structures of power and production. So there's no kind of egalitarian strategy involved here. We're essentially saying to people that if we just fix these technical problems and allow markets more, there will be growth. And then the growth will fix the problem of unemployment, and it will also provide the resources to address poverty or inequality. And I'm saying that's not going to fly politically, because you're kind of asking people to put their hope in something that has been promised to them for a very long time, which is just that there will be growth and things will get better if there's investment, if we just behave ourselves better, without a clear path of transformation. And so far, it hasn't really worked. In fact, South Africa has continued to stagnate. So I'm suggesting in this paper that we need to think about a new growth model that connects new investments with transformations in the underlying structures of production and distribution. This could involve public action to reorder holdings of assets, endowments, or property rights in order to generate new investments that enhance productivity. So our state and our government has been very effective at redistributing income in the way that I was describing earlier, through taxation and transfers. But we have not been so good at redistributing endowments. And what are endowments? I'll come back to that in a minute. So inclusive growth is not simply a question of we have growth and then we have taxes and then we can use that money to offset those who are left behind or give welfare to those who remain poor. That's an approach or an idea of inclusive growth that I want to push against, and say that actually, growth is transformation. There is no growth without transformation. It's a law of life. If you think about a butterfly, or a child, transformation, growth is transformation. So the question is not how do we get growth in order that we have the resources to fund transformation. The question is, how do we mobilize investment behind a mission of transformation that directly addresses exclusion and unemployment? So we must think about a new development strategy rooted in endowments and capability development. So I'm not going to go through the whole presentation, which I have shared with you, and I will also share the paper with you, but just to give you a sense of some of the things. So first, let me just explain, what does this graph show? It shows the underlying data is GDP per capita. GDP per capita is the income of a nation divided by its population. So it gives you the average income of that nation. And so if your income is increasing, you are developing, essentially. Now, this doesn't show GDP per capita directly. What it shows is GDP per capita as a percentage of the G7. What is the G7? It's the most industrialized nations of the world, at least in the 1960s they were. So it's the USA, UK, France, those countries, Japan. So it means that in 1960, South Africa's GDP per capita was about half of the G7. That's why it's saying 50%. And during the 1960s, we were still growing rapidly, but we weren't growing as fast as the G7, which was really growing fast. And that's why our share, our ratio to their GDP per capita was full. We were falling behind them. But then, as you can see from the 1970s, it's really an accelerated decline in our GDP per capita relative to the most advanced countries. Then you can see in about the year 2000, there seems to be a reversal, and we now begin catching up. But from about 2010, we revert to that path again of falling behind, of decline, right? And this is not a normal thing to see. There are very few countries in the world, developing countries, where you see this pattern. And I just show a few here. If you take Brazil, which is the green line, right? They haven't been doing great. But if you look back in history, they are developing. Their GDP per capita was only 20% of the G7 in the 60s and 70s. It's now up to about 30 or 40%. So they have caught up a bit. There are very few countries that display this pattern of complete stagnation. And what is my explanation for this? It's in this slide. In the sense that what I'm suggesting is that, you know, apartheid, the last time our national development plan now says we have to grow at 5% for 20 years in order to address the problem of unemployment and poverty. Now, when has South Africa achieved that feat of growing at 5% for 20 years? It has done so before. It was in between 1950 and 1970, we grew faster than 5% over that period every year. And that was a period in which the strategy was to widen inequality in order to drive growth by repressing wages and consumption of Black people in order to sustain a world-class lifestyle for white people. And this was a core pillar of growth strategy in the time, right? How do we keep Black wages and consumption down so that we can sustainably finance this expansion in infrastructure and living standards and education for white people? And that model drove growth. It was helped by the fact that we were also a core pillar of the global economy. Our main export gold was the international monetary asset, and it was at a fixed price to the dollar. So there were many conditions that helped us apart from this exploitation. But as time went on, this strategy of widening inequality in order to drive growth ran out of steam and began to, and so the social consequences that it imposed on us became now a problem, because growth could not occur because you had this small minority elite that was not big enough. The market size was too small, apart from anything else, to sustain economic expansion. So inequality now began to limit the path of growth. And that's what you see happening in the 1970s and the beginning of the stagnation of South Africa. So what followed was a path of stagnation and low productivity growth, interrupted by international commodity and financial cycles. And I'll come back to that now, because from 1970, that's when gold was no longer fixed to the dollar. And so what you had then is a lot of volatility in the global economy, which the country had to deal with, which it didn't deal with very well. But also from the 70s into the 80s, we saw that, and essentially, I suppose, as Black people were given labor rights, you saw the mass shedding of Black employment, particularly in the mines, but also on the farms. That as soon as people had rights, in a sense, they were shed from the labor market. At a very time when there was a big movement of people into the cities that had formerly been held back in townships and rural areas. So they were coming to the cities looking for new jobs. So there was an increase in labor supply. at that very time, the demand, at least for unskilled workers in the mines and the agriculture, declined precipitously. So what explains this change of direction in between 2000 and 2010 or thereabout? We saw a path of growth, and there were several factors in my view. The first is that the removal, as I've kind of indicated, the removal of apartheid led to a surge in spending by the black middle class that had previously been confined to the township and the rural area, could now take its rightful role, if you like, as a middle class, as a normal middle class in a normal society. Also, you had increased government consumption and transfers, which supported an expansion of demand. And lastly, and in my view, most decisively, you had an unprecedented global support for the South African economy in the form of high commodity prices and big capital inflows. I'm not going to go into that more. But the point is that all of those conditions changed around 2012. And once those conditions ran out of steam, we returned to this path of stagnation. And so the conclusion I draw from this is not that we have that transformation has been a block on economic expansion. It's that the failure to transform the economy from these unequal patterns of wealth, ownership, and endowments, the failure to transform that is holding back the South African economy. So if I'm right about that, and Chair, I know it's a lot, and I'm not going to go much further. Maybe I'll come back to that at the end. But maybe let me come to this one and say, so how do I explain this problem in economic terms? And I draw on some literature in economics called endogenous growth theory. So, which explains how it's one set of ideas that explain how concentration of ownership results in low productivity growth, right? Because once you've got a small elite who have all of the wealth, investment projects can only be financed by the wealthy few who have access to collateral or surplus income. This small capital-rich elite faces diminishing returns on each new investment because their private capital stock is already high. They already have a lot. So whatever they're investing in isn't adding much to what they already have, right? This results in investments with low productivity, high levels of conspicuous consumption, and idle cash accumulating on swelling balance sheets. In these conditions, when you unleash markets, when you enable markets, you get efficiency gains. Markets are very good at generating efficiency gains, right? Which increase income and welfare for a society. But when you have such a concentration, the gains from trade, in other words, the gains, these gains from unleashing markets, the collective reward for society from market exchange will tend to be distributed in favor of all those who already have the endowments when they enter into the market, therefore reinforcing inequality. Therefore, meanwhile, those with better and more productive uses for capital cannot finance their projects, holding back national development. So in these circumstances, also if those circumstances exist, and I think if I look at South Africa today, it looks like that to me. Then, according to these academics, it is possible that, quote, redistribution from the rich to those who are poorly endowed with physical or human capital creates investment opportunities. And this is the important part, that redistribution creates new opportunities for investment, thus fostering growth. So the question becomes, can we create a virtuous cycle in which redistributive policy can be used to reduce inequality which in turn accelerates growth and thereby automatically induces a further reduction in inequality. Again, this is just one set of arguments drawn from the economics literature that addresses the kind of thing I'm talking about. So I just make one kind of last point about state capacity, and that is that state, I wouldn't agree with anyone who says South Africa is a failed state. I mean, if you look at our tax authority, SARS, and our ability to collect taxes, which is a fundamental state capability, it is at a very high level, this capability. So, and it's important to understand that the reason it is at this high level is that previous governments invested in this capacity. They didn't just say there must be a good tax authority. They invested in this capacity. And they forced the private sector actually to change its behavior to accommodate the public sector in the course of those investments. So what I mean is that if you think about it, a national tax authority like SARS is really important for collecting taxation. But it doesn't actually collect the tax itself. The tax is collected by firms and institutions in the economy by themselves, largely either through the VAT system or through the PAYE system. It's the companies that collect the taxes and then remit it to SARS. So this investment, the point I'm making is that this investment in state capability is created this impressive system of tax collection. On the other hand, if you look at policies that you might think of as directed to redistribute assets or endowments, they have been weak and ineffective, and in some cases counterproductive. And the best example is housing policy, which there's quite a lot of evidence that over the last 30 years, housing policy has reinforced inequality and segregation between people, that the distance between the town and the township, if you like, is even greater today than it was under apartheid. Fine, maybe it's not a racial, I mean, you've got non-racialism in the town. That's true, that has changed, but the distance of the income of the people living in the town from the people living in the township who are universally black has widened, right? Rural land redistribution has not been a great success by any description. The concentration of assets, ownership and monopoly domination of our economy. So I like to say there's something in, there's a statistic that is used to compare the concentration in the banking sector across countries. It's called the 5-bank asset ratio. And it tells you what share of assets in the banking sector is owned by the top 5 banks. So the number in South Africa is 99%. In other words, the top 5 banks own 99% of the banking assets in South Africa. And I don't think there's any other country in the world that where it's 99%. So this concentration of we have, whatever we're doing in monopoly and competition policy, I'm not an expert on those things, but I observe that we still have a highly concentrated economy with a high level of monopoly ownership. Black economic empowerment has been the subject of wide-ranging criticism, probably deservedly so, but is also another example of something that appears to have not succeeded. And education and skills policy we've been discussing. In the last session, the CETAs came up. And I would really say we should see this. Why is our education policy not creating the skills and endowments that are empowering people to participate in the market and earn income? That is the question, rather than if there's money, people were talking about tax incentives. Remember, the CETAs are an attempt to impose a tax. The tax in this space is the skills levy, which is taken from governments, and Treasury has no control over this skills levy. It can't divert it anywhere else. The law says it must go to the CETAs. And fine, maybe the CETAs are not efficient in utilizing the money, but there is money that can be used for training and upgrading of skills in firms. And the question should be, how do we do that effectively with the money we have, rather than how do we save the money? Because we need to upgrade people's skills, because this is how we're going to get economic growth. And lastly, credit policy, in my view, that I'm talking about the extension of credit to small business and to growth creating projects on a mass basis. I don't think we've really tried there's been many initiatives, but the scale has been quite small overall. And so, I'm not saying state capability isn't a problem. It's a central problem. And, I can say that entrenched inequalities constrain growth. That doesn't mean that redistributive policies will necessarily make growth happen, because it's not hard to look around the world and see redistributive policies that do the opposite, that are disastrous for growth, that undermine growth. It's not hard to find them. But I think that we can find redistributive policies that unlock new investments and enable growth. And I think we should search harder to find those possibilities. So, okay, I will stop there. And this is my concluding slide, is that we need a mission for transformation and growth. South African states' capacity to raise progressive taxes and allocate these is well targeted and probably unparalleled. We have this very high capacity to do this. However, government policies for a new distribution of wealth, endowments, and productive assets have been far less effective. We've also reached the limits of income distribution because of the fiscal crisis we face. Nevertheless, we need a policy framework that includes some sense of egalitarian change and progressive economic transformation. In my view, we don't really have that anymore. And this needs to present clear gains to the population. And that needs to be a core component of our growth strategy. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. I will now invite participants who would want to speak on the presentation. Like I said earlier, if you have struggled with your gadget in terms of raising your hand, you will indicate so that I am able to note. We have Honorable Maiko, Honorable Bahrain, I saw, Honorable Mukwili, those are that I have now. Honorable number 4, yeah. Honorable Kopane. Let me take those hands for now to save time. Honorable Maeto, the same rules would apply that I've introduced, honorable members, that I do not put the 3 minutes clock, but please help us. But once I show my video, you know that it must wrap up. Honorable Maeto.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings once more to honorable members. And I don't want to follow the suit of calling Prof. Mike, but after a very long time, greetings, Prof. and good to see you. Chair, let me welcome this presentation from Prof. And I think what the Prof has presented in as far as this particular presentation does help a lot in terms of ensuring that the South African economy, as he alluded on the presentation, that it continues to stagnate due to lack of transformative growth. And therefore, Chair, and he quoted the underlying reasons for such. But the question that we have to all of us perhaps attempt to respond to what is to be done. I think, and if we can answer or to attempt to address such a particular question, then we can then move this transformative growth into a right direction. But for as long as, Chair, the choice of the policies or the policies and the manner in which we address some of the governance matters will then become a barrier in as far as the ability to implement these effective policies and ensure that we have a good governance in place. And I think that I agree more with Prof in terms of lack of transformation. And this will therefore result in the economic lack of transformation, which will then result into a limited economic opportunities, particularly for the marginalized groups. And that in its own, we see a continuation of inequality and slow growth when it comes to the previously marginalized. But I think also what Prof also mentioned is that the issue of the inadequate infrastructure, because as the country, he dated 1950, 1960 in terms of the GDP per capita, that was half of the G7. But I think that was as a result also of the infrastructure that was there at the time. And fast forward, what we have today as a country, Chair, we're a country that should be focusing on the infrastructure, but crime then becomes a serious factor in this regard. Our government is indeed improving and building a massive infrastructure, but we have a crime that hindered the progress in as far as dealing with infrastructure is concerned. I mean, we are dealing with the issues of roads, water systems, state facilities, which can try to even raise job opportunities and economic opportunities for all. But corruption becomes a serious problem as well. It's crime, it's corruption, and these are the issues that I think that Prof can then elaborate further. And then, Chair, I think also equally to address a number of issues that the presentation is alerting us is the issue of the, and I agree with Prof, of the inclusive policies, where we must ensure, as this Parliament, 7th administration, that policies that are in place must promote inclusivity, diversity, as well as equity in the business sector, Chair, because we can't afford to have only a concentration of monopoly ownership in the banking sector where you have only top 5 banks in South Africa, while black markets are not allowed to open or operate in the banking industry due to red tape as well as tight regulations. So now I think that in this regard, Chair, this concentration of monopoly ownership in South African banking sector is a pressing issue, with only top 4 banks, ABSA, Standard Bank, First Rand, I'm sorry to mention them, but these are popular banks that they are controlling over 80% of the market share. And this level of concentration can stifle competition and limit opportunities for new entrants, in particular, black-owned banks. I know that there was a hullabaloo over VBS Bank and other banks that tried to be competitive, tried to be in the same level as these four top banks. But I can assure you, Chair, and it is in the open secret that they were strategically removed from operating, let alone the issues that were there to say individual members were flagged as part and parcel that contributed to these banks having to be shut down. But the potential solutions to this particular process, which I think that Prof will perhaps, as I conclude, agree with me, is to provide a streamlined regulatory process which will simplify and reduce regulatory barriers so that for this new entry for new banks, it will make it easier for black-owned banks to operate. But we must also agree to deal with transparency and accountability, Chair. Because without this, we cannot even try to increase transparency or accountability in the banking sector, because that will not even reduce the influence of the existing monopolies. And then, as I conclude, Chair, the policy reforms regarding this issue on the one that I so passionately love is to ensure that, Chair, we promote competition and reduce the dominance of these existing banks. Chair, I think that I will pause, but the presentation is quite interesting, and with due respect, if time permits, we'll be allowed to come back. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Maecho. I just hope the video can be seen on the other side, because I myself can't see. I was already raising that flag, but thanks for concluding on your points, as I recognize Honorable Bahrain.
Thank you, Chair. Just a first beginning note from me. I'm not an economist and I don't have any knowledge in running economies. Please forgive me. And it's an interesting discussion. One thing I do have a bit of knowledge on, and that is the small business community. And the small business community have been recognized by economists throughout the world, and the economy, especially as South African, that it will be the small business community that's going to be the job creation of the future. And it, in fact, already is. The few jobs that we are creating is coming out of the small business community. And we've seen this every quarter. That being said, one of the biggest factors holding back small businesses, other than the deregulation, is access to capital. So if you put those two factors together, small business and access to capital, we'll probably have some job creation. Now, the real problem we've had in that the government has had investment into companies through the PIC from some of the investments made by the UIF. We've seen this to the tune of billions. Unfortunately, what we've seen as well in South Africa is that billions have been lost in companies that have been, I don't know, probably deployees or whatever they are. In other words, companies that don't create jobs, companies that either disappear, go bankrupt, the money disappears. We've seen this now for years. through the PIC and the Department of Employment and Labor. They've both been guilty, and they've both been working hand in glove in putting money into these entities that just don't create any jobs, and then the money disappears, and then we move on. If, however, there was some sort of way in which the PIC could look at maybe a partnership with one of the banks, one of the big 4 banks, look at that and say, listen, you identify small businesses that are growing. You identify small businesses that have got a plan and have got some hope for future job creation. And the banks do look at that. They look at that carefully before they loan money to anyone. They look at it extremely carefully and also professionally. If they can do that for a small fee to government, we could take those billions, put it into small businesses, and especially previously disadvantaged businesses in the previously disadvantaged areas, black business, small black business. We would see an absolute explosion of job creation. And I just wanted to get the feedback from our professional economist. Is that a plan that could work? And is it a plan that government would stomach? Thank you.
Honorable Bahrain, Honorable Mukwele, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Professor, for the presentation. You know, at some stage, I felt like I'm at school. I'm in a class where a lecturer is lecturing me. So it was quite informative. Like my previous colleague said, I'm also not an economist. I'm just an ordinary politician who sees things in a layman's level, where we are staying and comparing to what the professor has alluded in terms of the growth of the economy. When you look into our neighbors in your Botswana, our Brazil, and China, when you look at the graph that he illustrated to us, it clearly shows that indeed the country needs to come up with a intensive economic growth policies. But I'm thinking in my layman's position to say, when you look into how the apartheid government was doing things, it was doing things in a manner in which it wanted to improve the livelihood of a specific community, being white. And it uses all the policies and everything in their power to make sure that the lives of white people are improved at that time. Now we are looking into a statistics or a population of about 65 million people, that the very small economic system that was working for a particular less than 5%, if I might say, that time, of a population of white people. The very same policies that are in place now are policies that were only looking for less than 10% of a population. So in your view, Professor, you mentioned policies that worked, that are still working, that are a failure in the state. In your case, how you view things. I'm posing this question because Commissioner Naidu failed to answer it. You said in your statement that South Africa is not a failing state. We are not at that point where we say we are failing. However, there are policies that are in place that are not effective enough to make sure that the economy grows. I'm posing this question to you, Prof. Do you think if we capacitate the state much, if we have a bank, a state bank, that will be able to run the needs of the economy in the state that we are in, won't we as a country grow the economy? Because a layman like myself will be able to access a banking systems that will be of my economic status, as I might put it in that manner. Also, if we have a state bank that will be able to run the affairs of the banking system to ordinary citizens of South Africa, won't we do more in terms of growing economy? Also, the issue of taxing the poor as equal as the rich people. I'm giving an example of a VAT. We are taxed equally. When you go and buy bread, there is that 15% of VAT in a bread. I'm giving an example. And also the fuel levy that is now being implemented by government. It cut across to all people. The poor, the rich, we are taxed the same. Do you think if we can come with a tax that will, at least the rich will be taxed more than the poor? Do you think that the economy can't change and the livelihood of our people can't change in that instance? I'm saying this narrative based on the fact that there is a case about FNB, it yet to be proven, that FNB Bank charge black people more rates than white people. Because when you look into the history of FNB, you know that the FNB Bank comes from the apartheid regime. Even ABSA, even though they have changed the name, but the system that they are using, it's still exclusive of the marginalized people. So another question that I'm posing to you is about the state capacity. I'm interested in this thing. I will forever say this thing about the state capacity. If we have our own entities as a state, can't we be able to industrialize or move the building of the state into industries, building industries, capacitating our infrastructural companies, having infrastructural companies that will be able to build the roads, that will be able to build the houses, that will be able to even provide sustainable economic provision so that we can build this thing. Those are the questions that I'm posing to you as a layman. And also, Chair, what I forgot to say in my preamble is that yesterday we have experienced a racist tendencies from Free State by a racist white guy who murdered a worker and buried that worker in a shallow grave because that worker was demanding his wages or his pay. We condone that as the EFF, and we will make sure that we condemn that, and we will make sure as the EFF that racist white man, luckily he's arrested now, and we are going to make sure that the investigation, because he confirmed that he also killed other people. He has guns that are not licensed. We are going to make sure that the investigations goes to a level where the perpetrator of this nature is arrested, and also he is prosecuted, and justice for the families of those workers is upheld. Thank you very much, Chair. I can see you are showing your face now. Thanks.
Yes, Honorable Mukwila, I think on the item on the agenda, you've canvassed your points. This matter was a matter you said you wanted to raise right in the beginning. And I think we know it as such, and that you are saying law enforcement is on those matters. As I recognize the Honorable Nkopane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Chair, may I not unmute my video because of network connectivities where I am?
Okay, permitted. Proceed, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to you, Chair, and the honorable members on the platform. Greetings to Prof and the entire team. And allow me, Chair, to echo what my colleagues have said in the appreciation of the presentation. A sincere presentation that gives the true picture of what was happening in the past, the oppression of the Black majority of people of South Africa, and how the system ensured that Black people must never be self-sufficient. Now, the question is, what needs to be done? I'm looking now, Chair, at the gloomy households, the picture where workers are there. There is an income in this household, but the worker is about 50 to 60 years, 50, 55 to 60 years of age. Now it's led to a fake love affair with a foreign national or any other person that is targeting their pension fund. We've got a number of people that are crying even on social media to say they have been robbed of their only remaining funds. Some of them are even instructed to take early pensions so that these persons would run away with those funds. Is there something that can be done by us in ensuring that personal financial management is compulsory to the workforce, the current workforce? Because those that are at work now, they wish they could go away, take their monies, and those that are outside, they wish to be workers. But what is glaring is the fancy life that everyone is targeting. Even the young ones that are not working, they are targeting fancy lifestyles. Now, is there a way that we can create a situation to subject every South African citizen that is 18 years and above to personal financial management, so that people know what they prioritize before and during their active work ages. Then the second one, Chair, is the research. The research on the capacity of the state. Where are the bottlenecks? Because we have been saying this for a long time. How can we reverse the current situation? And this system of giving us the unemployment statistics rather than the job creation and self-sufficiency that is built by the state and enforced by the state. So I think Prof may assist us also in the mindset development on policy and how we implement our policies. The illiteracy is no more a problem these days, because in the days after 1994, up to year 2000, we cried of illiteracy rate in our areas. Now we have learned people that are not working, the unemployed graduates. They form a statistics. Is there a way that we can look at the highly affected areas and provinces? Then we look at the alternatives and focus as to perhaps the skills development, the curriculum change in schools, the access to financial support and all those. But what I wanted to check, is there any way that we can get the statistics now, make our own priorities, so that the little resources that we have as employment and labor, we focus on the highly affected areas? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kopane. I think, Prof, just before you come in, so that as you respond, you can respond comprehensively and we do not get back to this point. I did look at what you said, that as you look at solutions, are quite complex matters to deal with. But I just wanted to check a few things, because you also said you'll probably circulate the paper that we're working on, as you are just giving us probably the highlight of that. I'm just checking whether these policies, in particular, you've spoken to, whether it's housing, whether it's about credit and all that, whether in the paper itself, you are doing those specific evaluations of those policies, so that we know whether we are suffering firstly from how they are framed, or it is actually how they are implemented, or it is both. And I'm raising this because we've listened to the National Planning Commission looking at some of the proposals, for example, where you have got fiscal challenges on how you can leverage from assets that are available to still push the infrastructure part and so on, as an example. Right? There's been a mention, for example, of the possibility of a state bank. Look, from an informed position, Parliament has passed a law on the state bank by changing the post bank into the state bank. And it is those acts that were signed off by the president, which was also including on how to reposition the post office. So they went almost together. And then again, like I'm saying, it will be a question of whether probably the framing is incorrect or it is the implementation or both. Yeah, because that was meant to address exactly the concerns that were raised by Honorable Mukweli in this regard, and we've not seen movement in that score. But I think safe to say that I think the 2 points that I'm able to take home, which may need us to come back and discuss again, is that the limitations in the fiscals, as I see what you are putting forward, is such that that power to redistribute from an income point of view is also now seriously under threat, because you would not feed from an empty cup. So the reserves that we may have used over time to pay this without a growing economy, big problems. So I'm saying that's one point I'm taking forward. But the important point, which I think then speaks to our committee, because initially you said you were not sure if the contribution helps in this area specifically. If there's anything that's being challenged, is the transformative and the issue of equity that comes in every policy that you do. And unfortunately, when you regulate that space, there will always be those challenges. Hence, this committee is oversighting a department that gets challenged from time to time, especially once it gets to those issues of transformation and equity. And our oversight model is such that we do not look now only on the targets that people reach, but it is the impact they make in changing the lived reality of the people. And that lived reality is underpinned by that transformation and the equity that goes with it. And I'm saying this without looking at what in detail you would have worked on the paper. So as you respond, I want you to make those reflections. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you, Chair. It's a lot. I don't think I can respond to everything, but I feel happy that I've stimulated some debate, and that's in a sense what I'm trying to do with this paper, is say, can we think about these things differently from how we're thinking about them now? You know, I was interested when I heard, just responding to Honorable Maecho, I heard Ravi talking about pension funds investing in central Johannesburg and redeveloping central Johannesburg. And I think certainly these are models to think about. But I wanted to make the point that the main tenant in the center of Johannesburg is the province of Gauteng, the provincial government. As far as I know, and then another one is the local government of Johannesburg. As far as I know, I mean, the largest building belonging to the provincial government, which was previously called the Bank of Lisbon building, which housed the health and housing department, has burned down to the ground. I think it's now must be 4 years or 5 years ago. And if you drive down what's now Pixley Seme Street in the center of Johannesburg, you will see a very large hole in the ground where that building used to be, surrounded by barbed wire. To this day, I'm told the repair of Bree Street is taking place, but it's been some years since Bree Street went up. Similarly, Johannesburg City has moved out of its building. So both the city and several departments of provincial government, who are the key anchor tenants in the center of Johannesburg, have moved out. And similar process I could describe in Pretoria, where all government departments have moved out of the city center. So that tells you that it's not a problem so much of the money is not available to finance investment. Is that we don't seem to ourselves as a government take the work of investing in resources and building as seriously as we should, I would say. I wanted to then bring together the discussion that a few people raised about the State Bank and also the input from Honorable Graham about small business financing and access to capital. I mean, I think the best starting point is that what is the problem we're trying to solve? The problem for me of the debate about the state bank is it doesn't seem to start with that focus on the problem, but it rather focused on the solution or the instrument we're going to use to solve the problem. So so when I listen to Honorable Mokwele saying, as a layperson, she doesn't have access to the banking sector in the way she would like, and then we should have a state bank to address that problem. So that gives me a sense, which she may not have intended, I may be interpreting wrong, but that this state bank, it's almost like a retail bank. I'm not sure what. So a retail bank, one with the offices on the high street where you can open an account, like for instance Capitec. The question would be, what would a state bank do differently in that retail space from what, say, Capitec or FNB? Again, I don't want to name specific banks, but a different problem is not retail banking, but it's the extension of credit, say, to small business. And I think this is a problem that definitely, I agree, it's not been tried on sufficient scale. I mean, there's been many attempts, but they've been quite fragmented and they all seem to, and we've not really tried on scale to extend a large volume of credit to small business supported by public subsidies. The member says, for instance, the PIC could have a partnership with the banks and deploy some of that PIC money to the banking system, to enter into some kind of a partnership to expand credit to small business. And yes, that's an interesting idea. But the thing I would point out is that, you know, a lot of this is about tolerance for risk. The volume which you're prepared to lend depends on your tolerance for risk. And a way to address that problem is for taxpayers to put money into the system to subsidize the extension of credit. So rather than subsidizing welfare or for cash grants, you can use tax money that it comes from out of taxation, because it's kind of, it doesn't need a return. You can use that to subsidize credit. Of course, one thing that the government is not very good at, the government is very good at raising taxes and allocating those taxes to a particular use, but it's not very good when it comes to selecting the beneficiaries of particular policies. So, you know, wherever we see public agencies now not only extending the credit, but selecting the particular beneficiaries that are going to benefit, you will have problems of, you will have to ask, is this really a loan or is it a grant actually that's been given to not the most productive agents in the economy, but people with connections? So on the other hand, the private banking sector, and especially if you had a more competitive private banking sector, they have expertise in selecting beneficiaries for loans that, because they have an interest in ensuring getting their money back, so they have frameworks and procedures that will select those beneficiaries. So if we were to put tax money, subsidies into those banks and say the government is going to provide the framework in terms of the loans must go to particular types of businesses, maybe businesses located in particular areas, whatever the public policy purpose is, but you allow a bank or some other financial institution to select the actual beneficiaries that comply with those policy requirements, we may have an opportunity to scale up a lot. So I think we definitely should. That's exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about. Is so in a way, what was tried during COVID was something like that, but it failed because nobody wanted credit during COVID. But we gave, through the Treasury, gave the Reserve Bank a subsidy that enabled them to pass on that subsidy to the private banks, who then offered cheaper loans to people. Now, we could do the same thing, but say the loan has to be for something that creates jobs, for instance. We can set the conditions, but the banks select the beneficiaries, maybe. Of course, then that raises the other problem that Honorable Mokwele raises, which is a sense that, whether true or not, but a strong perception that is there, undeniably, that the existing banking system remains somehow discriminatory against Black people in selecting beneficiaries, in selecting people for loans and such things. And maybe, and then there's the whole question of the monopoly and the way the monopoly. So maybe there's a scope for some kind of agreement or social compact between the state, the banking sector, and maybe other participants about, on the one hand, overcoming this strong perception of bias that still exists. I don't know what would have to happen to overcome that. But that's one issue. But on the other issue, selecting, expanding credit to small businesses, deserving and productive small businesses, something like that. Anyway, the other point, I would just say that Honorable Mokwele is right to say that there are some taxes, such as VAT and the fuel levy, which are, one could say, is regressive. The poor bear a bigger burden. But if you look at the tax system as a whole in South Africa, and which you must do because it is one system, you can single out particular taxes, but it's important to look at the whole system of taxation. And when you do, you will see that we have the most progressive system of taxation of any country at our level of development. And I know many people say the opposite, that we don't have a progressive tax system. I'm prepared to debate anyone on this issue because I have statistics to show you if you would like. But so it's true that VAT is regressive. But if I compare us, for example, to Brazil, Brazil has very small level of progressive income tax and a very high level of VAT. In fact, VAT is the biggest source of finance for government. So every country has VAT, every country has regressive and progressive taxes. But in South Africa, it's the case that VAT is a relatively small share of our tax burden. I'm saying when we compare it to other countries. So overall, we have a progressive tax system, and we have high levels of taxation. And so, in a sense, part of my argument in this paper is we can always look at further measures to raise additional taxation and make taxation more progressive and improve the spending similarly. But we've done a lot on that already. And so there's not much space to continue further, added to which we have this fiscal situation that is facing us. So I'm asking, maybe the question is not how much we are spending on housing, but the form of the spending. And maybe we should have, because at the moment the spending on housing is reinforcing polarization and inequality. And without increasing the expenditure, we can change how the spending is allocated. And that requires difficult political decisions, because the answers in as far as housing are concerned are there in the National Development Plan. It's just that we haven't been willing to implement them. And then I suppose it comes to Honorable Maneli's questions about, is the policy framing the problem or is the implementation the problem? And I would say, I mean, there's this continuing discussion about, we have good policy but bad implementation, for instance, some people will say. And I would say, why do we have bad implementation? And there are two possible answers that I've thought of. The one,
the name of the club,
is that we have we
don't
have the right skills.
Sorry, Prof. Honorable Zungula, please keep your mic muted. We know you are in between two meetings, so don't interfere on this one. Sorry, Prof, for that.
Yeah.
Honorable
So
Zungula,
there's implementation, there's good
Mute.
policy, it is said, but bad
Our
implementation.
IT supporters to mute him. Yeah.
So we have good policy but bad implementation. But what is the reason for this? There are two answers. One is that the policy that we designed did not take into account the resources or the capabilities, the resources in terms of the money or the capabilities of individuals, of capacity within the state, skills and that kind of thing, is not there to execute the policy. If that's the case, then I would say the problem is not implementation, the problem is policy. Because how do you have a policy? How do you call something a policy that doesn't tell you where the resources are going to come from, or doesn't tell you who's going to implement it? Then it's not really a policy, it's just a wish, maybe. The other possibility is that the problem is not that the policy is good, but the truth is we don't have the political will to implement it. So we say we would maybe, I don't know if this is true, we say we would want land reform. But when it comes to implementing land reform, we see that it's difficult to implement. It's going to cause a reaction from whatever sector, and therefore we don't want to implement it because we don't have the political will. Again, I would say then the problem is not the implementation, the problem is the policy, because the policy you adopted clearly you again is just a wish because you weren't serious. You've adopted lots of resolutions in conferences, but you're not actually willing to implement those resolutions. Some of them you don't even agree with them, right? So again, I think we have been on this path for 15, 20 years now of stagnation and decline, and we need to think again about what is politically feasible and what needs to be done to change the dynamic of our direction. I think, Chair, I know I may have left some questions unanswered, but I think I would just to say that maybe in the end to honorable member that, you know, this pursuit of fancy lifestyles, and then we say we should give people personal finance education, basically on how to manage their personal finances. Is the problem that they don't know how to manage their personal finances? Or could I characterize the problem that there's a preference for consumption, high levels of consumption, which means that there's very less resources are left over for savings and investment in the future. And I could link that again to what I was saying earlier about the center of Johannesburg. Maybe the resources were not enough to sustain a particular level of consumption and also do maintenance on buildings. So that money for maintenance, instead of maintaining your asset base, you consumed it. So the value of the assets declined until eventually the buildings fell down. So I think as a society, and maybe this is something in the national dialogue we have to think about, we have this bias towards consumption, consuming a lot. And in order for there to be growth, we have to invest. We have to invest in our education. We have to invest in our children. We have to invest in our buildings, in our property, and build for tomorrow. That's what growth is all about. And yeah, so that's not an easy problem to solve, because I think it's cultural almost in our country across all population groups. There's this elevation of consumption. If you look at the developmental states like China and Japan and these countries, at a very fundamental level, consumption was held very low in order to enable the investment to take place, to fund this growth. In apartheid, it wasn't necessary because there were black people that could be exploited in order to fund the growth. So you didn't need to constrain your consumption in order to fund that growth. Now we're not there. We don't have another black people to exploit or something, I hope. So it's the whole country now, and how do we lift ourselves up? It will require much more self-reliance. In a sense, apartheid didn't require white people to engage in self-reliance because they could rely on this exploitation. But now we don't really have that option. And so we'll have to rely on ourselves and invest in ourselves much more. So thank you, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Prof. And thank you, honorable members, for your contributions on this item. Of course, would be looking forward. I've not seen it yet on my side, Prof, the detailed paper.
Sorry, Chair. Let me just say I did share it in the chat here for those able to engage with that technology, but I'll also email it now to the.
We have
I've
it.
not seen it.
We
Okay,
have
it's
it.
now here.
Yeah, it's there. We
Okay, that's
already
open.
downloaded it.
Yeah, okay. No, I didn't look at the chat. Thanks, Prof. But the reason I'm raising it is because it doesn't help to get it and we do not make the time to go through it and still come back to a discussion, at least having also the details of the points that you've made. But I must say that there's nothing irrelevant from what this committee needs to do, because this committee also aligns itself to the medium-term development plan and the national development plan. And amongst things that are looked at is this inclusive economic growth. And you've just told us what could be lacking. And if that lack is not addressed, so we would not be doing what we are supposed to do. So with that having been said, we really want to thank you for responding within the short space of time and still be able to deliver as such. So making us the priority, we do not take it for granted. And I'm saying we'll take that discussion forward. It helps us to also look at how we factor that in our strat plan, so that it's not something we lose sight of. So it may be that we bring you all together again, or it may be a focused discussion where you really have enough time to engage with the committee. Thanks for that. With that having been said, the intention would not be to hold you if you've got other pressing engagements, but if you so wish to stay on call, you're still welcome as our meetings are.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I will clock off now and look forward to the next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, let me just check from the committee support. Just to check in terms of the program. Committee support, if you can just fly to the program again. Right. I think we have, yes, we've run out of time, but we are going to try and recover the time so that we are able to conclude on our business. Because we are in a virtual meeting, honorable members, I know that in between the break could be taken whilst we proceed, but we still need to formally look at taking a break, but we'll reduce the time really, maybe by 10 minutes, if you so agree. That we take it now, which is 2:15, and we come back at 1:05. And when we come back, we go straight to taking the presentation on the strategic plan and budget projections. And yeah, the parliament one first and the one of the committee at a go, and therefore have a discussion. So we adjourned until 1:05. In case you lose connectivity, just remember it's still the same link. Thank you.
Comrade Chair.
Honorable Nonzele, we are coming back at 1:05.
1.
Yeah, I saw that you lost connectivity.
Yeah, no, ndienda phinda ndabuyela and iphuncuka xa ndibuyela.
Yeah, no, we are coming
Yeah.
back now at 5:05.
5 past.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
All
No,
right.
fine, Mr. So.
Thanks. The time is now 1:05. Honorable members, we now need to resume our meeting and continue as such. As the committee support puts up the program again, just to help those that may be following the discussions of the committee and may have lost track of where we are. Please do that, but also confirm that we have the numbers to proceed as we resume the meeting. Honorable members, we are now on item 4, and as I said, we'll take item 4 and item 5 from the point of the presentation at a go, and then get to the deliberations, as well as lead to those deliberations would lead us to the adoption of the strike plan for the committee and be able to report as such to Parliament that the committee had an opportunity to engage. May I also, again at this point, honorable members, just be sure that all members received the documents. I think with the Parliament strategic plan, at least it's the same one that you approved. But also the committee one was circulated, including the presentation. Now I'm raising this so that the presenters do not seek to take us on a line by line, but key issues to be highlighted on the basis that members would have gone through these documents and will be able to agree or disagree to the points that are being made, including the part about the alignment between the two. However, honorable members, as indicated earlier on, we will not ignore the two inputs. We'll still have to find the way to infuse that in our planning so that the final document that goes out takes into account that those inputs were made as we were dealing with the strike plan of the committee. I'll come back to this point even after deliberations if that is missed. I take it that Mr. Sishuba, the acting unit manager from committee section, is now ready and understands how we are approaching this. So the times that are allocated would reduce as part of the recovery plan on the time that you speak to salient points and members in the discussions may go to specifics in that way. Mr. Shuba, I hope you are back and can hear because you are still muted. Thank you.
Yes, I'm back, Chair. I'm trying to fly to the document. Is it okay, Chair?
We can see?
We can see it. We can see it.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
proceed.
For my network and also I think members, if they know my face now, can I continue as it is, Chair?
No permission granted. Continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, as the time is not on our side, and I think also presenting a document to the people that in the main have developed this plan, a strategic plan of Parliament, or assisted in the process of developing the strategic plan of Parliament. I'll be quick because I know that members, some of the members, or most, if not all of the members, have looked at the strategic plan of Parliament and including the annual performance plan of Parliament. I'll leave the contents as they are, as members there. I think they familiarized themselves with the content of the presentation. I'll move just to make a statement that this process comes out of a thorough process enabled by the Financial Management of Parliament, a Provincial Legislatures Act that informed the accounting officer that after the election of the National Assembly, within 6 months, to prepare a strategic plan of Parliament to provide a direction and scope of Parliament for the coming years or for the long-term period. This is what this one slide is trying to emphasize, and it also that the strategic plan of it also outlines the 5-year priorities of Parliament, and these 5-year priorities of Parliament are also informed by the National Development Plan, and after that you'll need to cascade the strategic plan into your annual performance plan and to your operational plans into the various divisions of Parliament. And this is what I was then saying, that the process itself was inclusive, and members, they participated in various forums which culminated to the output that is the strategic plan of Parliament. And they've shaped, many members, they've shaped the policy priorities of Parliament that were translated into the strategic plan, into the annual performance plan of Parliament. Quickly, this it has been there in emphasizing the shift in terms of thinking, moving away from sort of outputs, more emphasizing the outcomes and impact. That is the issue that also, I think, a narrative that the chairperson has raised, and I think also is also coming also out of the presentations of the previous presenters. In terms of looking at the outcomes, looking at the impact, and moving a bit away from emphasizing at the outputs. But most importantly, that I want also to emphasize, the inputs are very critical in terms of institutional capacity and capability to be able to deliver the outputs in the end, the transmission effect to the outputs or to the outcomes and the impact. I'm just emphasizing that the linkage and the issue of the institutional capacity and capability, it becomes critical, and how the resources are reconfigured and distributed to ensure that the desired outcomes are realized. So that is that diagram purely explains that. And just this slide, it just talks about how the strategic plan of Parliament has been structured and so on, the legislative mandate, the business of Parliament and so on, the context in terms of situational analysis and so on, and the risks are also outlined in the strategic plan of Parliament. Just is how the strategic plan is structured. And this, I'm just talking to the giants in terms of the political context and at the global level, the economic context both at the global and at the domestic level. And I think members, they understand this. This is their space. They have an appreciation where we are at a global level in terms of the economy, in terms of the developments at the political level, and including at the domestic front. Members, they really understand this, and they also understand the emerging issues that needed to be faced before we provide the solutions to it. So it's just a situational analysis that the strategic plan is presented within that context. Members are the giants, they understand this. These are just pure what the role of parliaments globally at the global level, what is it that they need to respond to, and the kind of an ecosystem that it presents into parliament and to respond into these issues that I've talked about. And some of these issues are at the need cross policy interface and also cross policy interventions. And if you look at also the shift in terms of focusing into missions, into outcomes, it speaks to what this parliamentary environment at a global level is representing, and also emphasizing also the need of having effective land parliaments that would respond to the mandates, that would respond in terms of ensuring that parliaments as institutions, they become institutions that create value into society, they become institutions that are responsive into the issues of society. So that is the global context of the role of parliaments, the shift of the role of parliaments, informed by developments, both at a domestic level and also at a global front, and how parliaments need to also to be structured so that they respond into emerging developments at the global and also domestic level. And I'll quickly move to this. And this, we'll know what happened in the sixth parliament, the impact of COVID to the operations of parliament, and impact of COVID to the families, impact of COVID into the firms, to the communities, and it also affected parliament on its own operations. This is what I believe that the sixth parliament has experienced, and also limited its response to the needs of society, and that's what was happening even at a global level. Quickly, now we are in the seventh parliament, new developments, the shift at the global level, as I've said, there's new political developments, the landscape at the political level in South Africa, based on the 2024 elections and the composition of parliament and so on, and the focus of parliament has also been be shaped by the developments. And also the emphasis about the state capture and also the emphasis about unemployment, poverty, and so on, taking up the issues that are also raised by the former two presenters, emphasizing the issues of inequality, also including unemployment and the low growth economy base of the country, and they also take into consideration the fiscal position of the country. These are the key issues that the seventh parliament is faced with. This is a pure statement. What is it parliament is all about? Its vision, its mission, and its values that are anchored based on the constitution. And as I've said, when we talk about a transformative and activist parliament, we talked about an institution that fosters and pushes forges for a public purpose parliament, and a parliament that wants to change the well-being of society. That is all that that slide talks about, but it comes very strong from the constitution, and when members, they understand this. And this is just a pure impact statement and then the outcomes, and we have said, and these outcomes are aligned structurally in terms of programs of parliament. There are 3 programs of parliament, and these outcomes, 4 outcomes informed by the priorities of parliament, are aligned to the 3 functional programs of parliament and the strategic programs of parliament. These are the outcomes that we all know, and most of these outcomes are anchored on the basis of the constitution. and just structurally how these outcomes in terms of the flow and the pathways and the value of the outcomes depicted in a pyramid diagram, and critical also, as I've said, the administration of Parliament, critically in terms of ensuring that Parliament realize its a strategic role, and it realize its constitutional obligations. And only that diagram explains what the Constitution requires Parliament to respond to. And as we also said, that the shift in terms of the missions, in terms of the results, it makes that Parliament adopted 5 strategic focus land areas, and these strategic focus areas will need some kind of collaborations internal in Parliament, and also external collaborations with external stakeholders in order for Parliament to realize its the desired and outcomes. So collaboration and cooperation are going to be very, very critical in translating the outcomes of Parliament to realize the impact that will need to that Parliament needs to realize. Again, the institutional capacity and capability, it becomes a key issue that needs to be addressed. It just explains what I've said in terms of the some of the outcomes. This outcomes links to the program 1, and it talks about the human or skills capacity or human development capability within Parliament, and including the change in terms of using technology, in terms of wiring the work of Parliament. That is all that slide is raising. It's also outcome 2, increase the responsiveness and accountability over the executive. These are the issues that members, they really understand, they are firm about, they are just distilled in the strategic plan of Parliament, including the outcome 3 that talks about the meaningful involvement by citizens in terms of policy development, in terms, particularly in legislative development. It's critical that public participation, critical that citizens are part of legislative development process. This, it affirms that is going to be the focus of Parliament going forward. And as also in the Constitution, and outcome 4 talks about the increase in terms of performance and capacity of members. You all know, internally, in terms of human capital development and capability, not only from the staff that supports the work of the committees of Parliament, that supports Parliament in general. Also, there is a need to strengthen or to enhance capability of members to be able to exercise their constitutional obligations. That slide talks about that. And impactful lawmaking, that is the central focus of Parliament. And now there is an emphasis to talk about post the legislative impact assessment, and even a pre-legislative impact assessment. That is going to be the key focus, and hence will also relate to the capability of members, including the staff, in ensuring that we exercise what we call impact assessment in terms of considering legislation. So that is another outcome or strategic focus area for Parliament over the 7th Parliament and administration. And it just an alignment of the programs and with the outcomes as members understand them. And that talks about also the indicators that have been identified that speaks to the outcomes, and also linked to the functional policy programs of Parliament or strategic programs of Parliament, to realize, as we have said, the impact that Parliament needs to make in society. So that slide talks purely about that. And then this one purely is just to how you cascade the strategic plan of Parliament into an annual performance plan of Parliament. And then the divisions in Parliament, then they cascade that into their own operational plans of Parliament. Hence, the committees also need to align with the strategic plan of Parliament. This is purely how the programs are structured in Parliament, Program 1, Program 2, Program 3, in response to the outcomes or the strategic focus areas of Parliament. Administration, here are the outcome 1 that talks directly to the program or functional program that's focuses more in terms of supporting internal support of Parliament, and also provide strategic management in terms of operations of Parliament. That is program 1, and that is the indicators that are related to program 1 and related or linked to outcome number 1, that is improving performance and effectiveness through information and cultural optimization. Again, as I've said, human capital development becomes a key issue. Strengthening capacity and capability, it becomes a key issue. Automation, wiring the work of Parliament aligned to the technological developments. That slide talks about that. Again, the same. Then the program 2, I think that is more aligned to the work of the committees, the legislation and oversight. It also demonstrate how the outcomes cascaded, or how the outcomes are split in terms of the indicators and the annual targets, including the quarterly targets. That slide shows that an alignment of the work of Parliament to the strategic outcomes of Parliament through the annual performance plan. And I believe that members, they are familiar with this. And it goes on into strategic outcome number 3 in terms of involvement and participation of citizens, and up to enhancing capacity of members, as we have said, in terms of capability and capacity to execute the oversight function or constitutional obligations. And as I've alluded before, these are the quarterly targets that responds to the strategic outcomes of Parliament. Key risks. These are the risks identified and the mitigation measures identified, linked with the outcomes. One of the risks that is unsustainable funding for Parliament. That is a key issue. We will understand, members, the fiscal challenges, and it was also highlighted by one of the speakers in terms of the fiscal position of the country, and it also impact the operations of the firms, including more so now in this one. It talks about in terms of the public affairs, how the fiscal policy position or the fiscals of the country affects the operations of Parliament. That is the risks and the mitigation areas that will try to minimize the impact of the risks that have been identified. I think I was speaking to people that they've developed a strategic plan, and they understand, they have an appreciation of what is required from all of us, from the support staff point of view, and also from the members' point of view. How do we realize the mission and the vision of Parliament? And that's it. But the one is what a slide that is missing is in terms of the spending plans and the expected expenditure of the programs, and to ensure that Parliament realize its strategic mission and the impact that it seeks to make in society, particularly in response to its constitutional obligations. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Mr. Shuba. I now give to Mr. Mkwena to talk to the one of the committee.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just wait for Mr. Shishuba to just stop sharing so I can be able to share. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I hope my presentation is visible.
On my side, not yet. I'm not sure if other members are able to see. Our guidance are not the same. Yeah.
Now we can see, Chair.
Yeah, now I can see too. Just put it on a slide mode so that we are able to see proper the screen.
Able to see now. Yes.
Yes, thank you. We can see.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, good afternoon to everyone and the colleagues and other members that are present on the platform. Yeah, I'm here to present the 5 years. Let me switch on. I forgot to switch on the video, Chair. Excuse, because yeah. Yeah, I'm tasked with presenting the 5 year strategic plan of the portfolio of Committee of Employment and Labor. You know, the purpose of these sessions, as we have already discussed earlier with the other colleagues and other stakeholders that came in and gave like a scenario plan around where the strategy is coming into an environment, an economic environment that is extremely challenging. Now, for my task is to provide a draft in terms of provide a roadmap on how the committee will provide an oversight over the Department of Employment and Labor and its entity. This plan is not just a compliance exercise, but a collective commitment in ensuring that the department programs align with the medium-term plan. And most importantly, that it responds to the lived realities of our people. And as I've highlighted earlier, this strategy comes at a time where the country is facing challenges that identify unemployment, poverty, inequalities, and the questions about the quality of service delivered. Now, the committee carries a historic responsibility together with the seventh parliament to ensure that ambitions of inclusive growth, job creation, poverty reduction, and building a capable ethical development state is translated into measurable actions. As we have discussed in the previous presentations, now the portfolio committee will provide oversight on those things. The previous presentation has already covered this in terms of mission, in terms of vision and mission of the of the South African Parliament. And this, I will not go into it in details because we've already labored on this. And then these are the key values that Parliament has actually proposed into their strategy. And then from that, this is where the mandate of the committee comes into, in terms of deriving its mandate from the Constitution. And then these are the key functions of the committee. This around passing legislation, overseeing the executive, facilitating in public involvement, ensuring cooperative governance, and monitoring international agreements. Now, before we can actually come up with the strategy for the committee, we'll have to look at what the legacy reports in terms of things that were discussed by the previous committees. What were the issues that were left in that particular sense? Now, when you look at the previous committee highlighted had achieved two key bills that had passed: the Compensation Fund Occupational Injuries and Diseases Amendment Bill and the Employment Equity Bill. The committee also conducted critical oversight visit into labor centers, into supported employment enterprise farms, and the compensation fund. It also embarked on an international trip in Kenya just to understand the labor immigration policies that are affecting that particular site. But however, during that particular time, there were challenges that were identified by by that legacy report. One of the challenges is the late submission of the annual reports by the two entities, was the Unemployment Insurance Fund and the Compensation Fund, and the continual under-resource of labor centers as we went to see them, and the struggle of the supported enterprises to make sales and to have to be financially sustainable, and general poor compliance around the farming sector, and the effect of budget cuts into operations of the entities that and how it impacted and weakened in terms of service delivery. Now, the legacy report had put forward some of the recommendations in terms of one of them was enforcing accountability among UIF and the Compensation Fund and strengthening inspectorate of the ACE, ensuring that there's additional funds available for the entities and make sure that the department reconfigure itself so that it's able to actually include this employment mandate much better. And also look into for stronger consequence management also was part of the recommendations. The committee needs to now look at ways at how they can enforce that particular challenge. Now, the Portfolio Committee of Employment Labor identified some of the five key things that we'll look into and which aligns with Parliament. I want to just fast forward to a slide that is inclusive of everything. Looks like where we outline in terms of alignment between Parliament, committee, and the strategy. When you look at these are the on the other side, you would identify parliamentary parliamentary strategic goals that are identified by Parliament, and then looked at what DEL strategies are put in place, and committee's objectives would look into this. We look into how do we strengthen financial accountability and budget oversight. And then how are we going to do that? The committee will monitor it through quarterly reports and auditors' outcomes. And then you look in terms of how do we improve lawmaking and how we improve lawmaking for responsive and transformation based on the strategy of Parliament. And then you link that in terms of the department strategy, driving transformation and employment equity. That means the committee's strategic objective will be legislative review and policy development. Therefore, that looks at bills that are coming through for us. So to achieve these things, first, we must monitor the department's 7 strategic priorities, particularly in employment creation and labor market transformation. Secondly, ensure inclusive employment facilitation through public employment services so that young people, women, and persons with disability can access the labor market more effectively. Thirdly, improve the governance of financial sustainability of Unemployment Insurance Fund and Compensation Fund while monitoring their position so that they better reflect the employment mandate of the department. Fourthly, scaling up oversight of supported employment enterprise to ensure meaningful inclusion of disabled people in workplaces. Fifthly, strengthening inspections and enforcement mechanism. That include through initiatives such as the Project 2000, which aim to intensify workplace inspection using both human capacity and technological advancement. Of the 6 is driving employment equity enforcement and ensuring that workplace reflects the demographics of the country. Seventh is leading legislative development, including the finalization of the National Immigration Policy Bill and the Employment Service Bill. And finally, rolling out advocacy campaign to inform vulnerable workers of their rights while working towards targeted 5% reduction in unemployment by 2030 through labor activation programs. These focus areas will be the backbone of the work of the committee. Now, when we move to the next slide, you are looking at in terms of in terms of outcomes. How will these outcomes be measured? Now, you look at in terms of by 2030, the committee clearly wants to enhance accountability and responsiveness of the department and its entity, and a legislative environment that fosters inclusive employment, evidence-based recommendation that shapes policy, more efficient and more efficient use of public resources for job creation and social protection, and a timelessly processing of legislations and budget. To achieve this, the annual activities will include reviewing the department's annual reports and the Auditor General findings, reviewing the department's annual reports and Auditor General findings, and enforcing consequence management where necessary. And then, as I've highlighted, the committee will use the budget review recommendation reports to influence budget allocation and service deliveries, and will process related labor bills such as the employment service amendment bills and legislation dealing with labor migration, and will conduct oversight in various provinces to ensure that we are visible in the ground. And the committee also will host colloquiums and public hearings or discussions like we've just had when we hosted these two key speakers that came into that set the scenario of what is happening in the labor sector, what are other challenges that are affecting the job market and making it difficult for people to secure employment or for us to be able to cut jobs. We'll host much more of those kind of discussions so that we'll be able to make sure that the policy is informed and is based on the decision making or policy direction is informed by both academics and discussions. But however, the strategy also identifies some of the risk that may make it difficult for the committee to achieve its objectives. Some of the risks are delays in processing legislation due to some poor coordination or political deadlocks. To address this, the committee plans to strengthen planning and scheduling to ensure early agreement on the legislative priorities. Another risk is limited public participation in lawmaking. This will be encountered through outreach by making use of radio and social media hearings, or inadequate drafting of capacity, meaning regular training, host legal support, more of these discussions along this bill drafting. Non-compliance with timeframes. We already, Parliament, in one of the strategies is introducing technology to make sure that there's a clear tracking system of how far the bill is. And of course, we do have budget constraint given the fiscal challenge that we are currently operating on. So one of those things to mitigate that risk, we'll prioritize hearings and mostly use of technology like hybrid. When you're hosting these seminars or colloquiums, would be using platforms such as Zoom to make sure that we're able to reach more people and much more engaging. And based on the budget that is allocated to the committee, the committee has been allocated 3 million per year, which covers committee meetings, oversight visit, and some of the international engagement that we've been proposed. In conclusion, through all our collective commitments, informed by robust oversight that is grounded on constitutional values, that we build a labor market and economy that leaves no one behind. I therefore present the portfolio of employment and labor draft strategy for the next 5 years. So we may comment. Thank you, Chair. I tried to just peruse through the presentation under the impression that because the document had already been shared earlier, so that the engagement is in that sense. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mokoena. Honorable members, those are the two presentations. Of course, working on the basis that members had an opportunity to go through the judgments so said. I will now invite those members who would want to get into clarities, who would want to make comments before we can get to adoption of the report. Please unshare so that I'm able to see members struggling on my side.
Chair, if I can come in, just a quick clarity.
As I said, I now recognize the hands, but I see one, Honorable Zungula, you've been coming in and out of the meeting, so let's allow you space and then so that you can also work on the other side.
Yeah,
Are you here?
Yes. My apologies, Chair. It's just a quick clarity before I can make my submission. The budget of 3 million does it include the study tours, which I assume that's what is meant by international engagements? I'm asking this because the study tours, even if it's like 5 people, they cost in excess of 2 million. So I'm not sure if that is correct, because if that's the case, then it means there's not much to be done. If I could just get a clarity on that, then I'll come back for my submission.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member. Committee support or unit manager, you would want to confirm that or indicate if there's anything extra?
I will allow the committee secretary to respond to this
Okay.
in terms of the budget.
Okay, Mr. Sagasa.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. My response, Chair, would be that, yes, that is the amount that is given each committee per year, per annum, the 3 million. How the committee works it out, it's the committees. So, yes, if in that particular year, the committee would like to have a study tour, it will apply and within that budget, and then the office of the House Chair will determine where maybe funds from a consolidated fund will be shifted. But that is the budget per se, Chair, for the committee in a year, because the committee doesn't go to study tours most every year. But if in that particular year it says that it wants to go, it will submit its budget for that particular study tour, even if it is beyond that. Then in short, I'm trying to say the Parliament will determine it from there, Chair. Thank you, Chair. That's how far I can try and.
Yeah, that's the response, Honorable Songola. That's the response. If you want to make the point, then make your point.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Chair. Perhaps, Chair, we may need to ask the committee support to engage, I think, the financing division of Parliament, including the House.
Will assist me, honorable members, if it's on my side, but Honorable Zungula has been cutting and completely off on my side.
That is also on my side.
Yeah, so Honorable Zungula, we can't hear you, couldn't hear you for some time. Where you ended was approaching
okay.
the and yeah, then when you were getting, I think you were saying Parliament or Chair of Chairs, you got cut from there. You couldn't hear you.
Am I audible now?
Better now, if you can keep that space.
Yes. So I was saying, Chair, the benefit of sitting in different committees is that you get to hear the same information but presented differently, because in the other committee I'm in, the 3 million allocated to a committee excludes study tours. The study tours budget is in a global fund, which is a separate application for it, etc. So perhaps if we could get more clarity, because one would assume that the same approach is used throughout all the committees. So I think that's the first thing maybe we may ask the committee support to confirm. The second issue is that when we do our program now for the committee, for the next up until the end of March next year, I was going to propose from a program point of view, the program must speak to the issues that are the priorities and the objectives of the committee. When it comes to legislation, I would propose that maybe we put more focus on having engagements or a program that speaks to dealing with some of the sectors that are not regulated in terms of labor laws, so that we come closer to them. I could make an example about the film and television industry. It is one of them. There are other industries also would need some form of focus. The other issue that on the program we need to look at, it is the issues of the oversight over the executive on the enforcement of the existing legislation. The presentation spoke about the farming industry, the hospitality industry. We know that it's always been rising as a cause for concern that in those industries or sectors, the level of exploitation and non-compliance is very high. So perhaps we need to find a way to come closer to them through having a program that speaks to addressing that issue. And then the last issue I was going to raise on the budget was going to say we normally criticize departments when they return money back to Treasury. I was going to employ the committee that when we then develop the program up until the end of March next year, we utilize each and every resource that is available for oversight work, for committee programs, for interacting with communities, so that we better service the people that we are serving. It would be a grave travesty if there is X amount, 3 million that is allocated, but we as a committee, we only devise a program that will only utilize 2 million. Yet there's a very strong need when it comes to the people in terms of what this committee is supposed to do. So for me, Chair, that was going to be my submissions based on the program, that it needs to speak to the priorities, and we just need to ensure that in each and every term, all of the priorities or objectives are catered for in terms of the program, so that we don't come back next year to review our the priorities or the objectives, only to find that we did not have activities or meetings that speak to fulfilling those particular objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Zungula. Any other member who would want to contribute? If there's no other member to contribute, let me just speak to the points made. I think the strategic plan, indeed, Honorable Zungula makes provision that we can engage on those areas, not because there's legislation or a decision to make. Hence, they are not confined to an annual forum of some sort only, but makes provision for even roundtable discussions and so on. So that when you talk about an issue in a particular sector, you can also recognize the work that's being done by other stakeholders in the same sector, so that it helps us to look at these things broadly, including where it's also a task that need other committees that regulate in the space, like the example you've given, that it may not be with us some of the aspects, but if we put heads together, we can be able to deal with that aspect. The programming between October and March next year, indeed, will be taking that back to the committee and look at indeed utilizing the resources appropriately. Of course, taking also financial prudence into account, because it doesn't mean that sometimes if you are efficient, it means you're not doing what you're supposed to do. So we'll have to keep that balance in that score. But channeling more, I think that's from if I read you well, channeling more those that takes us to the sectors, whether through oversight and so on, or just that general engagement with sectors so that there's value for money in where we spend. So I've noted that. But the other thing, honorable members, as I said, would have to take into account these two presentations, and that in the document that would be final, I want to suggest so that those that work on the document can go back to that. That on the item in the document that talks to the situational analysis, that we do get at least an understanding of what the environment is globally and locally, taking these points that have been made, at least as areas that begin to say there are these problems, there are also these proposed solutions. So that when we also do oversight on the department, we will also take interest in checking whether those areas of concern that have been made are also taken care of. So which would mean that it changes the document a bit from what it is now, because those inputs would have not been factored in at the time. May I just check if there's a sense of agreement on that, so that when we adopt the plan and submission by Friday as required by Parliament, that would have taken this into account, so you'd not see it as a new document, but rather an improved one. Any objection in that? Yeah, it's unless I'm the one who's out of the meeting. Am I still audible?
Yes,
you
Chair.
are.
Yes, you are audible, Chair, and we are
Okay.
listening very attentively.
Okay, I
And
wanted to be sure the system takes
yes,
us
we
up
are
to
covered.
time.
We are covered by what you are saying.
So I take it that there are no objections that we put that into place, and it will be in the final document. May I then check, honorable members, now for purposes of formality and record, that we really need to get the mover, that with everything else that has been raised, which we'll take into account mostly when we get to the programming of the committee, it may not be captured all in the strategic plan itself, that we have the mover for adoption and the seconder. Honorable Kopane. So,
Thank you, Chair. I move for the adoption of this wonderful work that we have done today.
thank you. There's a mover. Can I get a seconder? I see Honorable Mukwili.
Thank you, Chairperson. I do second.
Honorable Mukwili seconds. May I then check if there are any objections to be registered on us adopting? No objection. So the strike plan of the committee is agreed upon with the amended area in the document, and that will be sent to Parliament. May I then check committee support if there's another item before I close? My gadget
Chair,
is
no, Chair, there is no other item for today, except you have already mentioned that tomorrow we'll be continuing with legislation and adoption of the committee program. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, committee support. Honorable members, let me take the opportunity to thank you. As we did, we have already thanked those that came before this committee to present. But I thank you more so because we also brought in people who may not be in the work of the committee, but just to ensure that we enrich the work of the committee. So we thank also the support from the acting unit manager from the side of Parliament, committee support for the work done. Yourselves, honorable members, would not have it if not adopted by yourselves. And once more, thanks for understanding that we can have a time recovery plan. And that recovery plan seems to have worked. Let's continue tomorrow. And I want to emphasize once again that tomorrow it is not the formal introduction of the bills, but an opportunity which we asked for as the committee at the time to have deliberations in a form of workshopping them so that we clarify ourselves long before we get to the formal processes of engaging the public, meaning we are not necessarily expressing views of the committee on the decisions we would want to see, but help to enrich what will finally come before us. And if there are concerns, at least raise those concerns. And if they can be dealt with before the formal introduction, at least there are responses in that regard. Once again, we are not engaging with the department from a point of accountability, but those that would come are there to just facilitate in explaining. Otherwise, it still remains our own workshop. With that having been said, honorable members, the meeting stays adjourned until we see each other tomorrow. If there are those that have not received the documents for tomorrow, please do indicate to the committee support to directly send those to you, whether on WhatsApp or on the email. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Bye. See you tomorrow.
Items are.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Bye.
Where's this now?